Okay. I'm just getting started. Oh. Thank you for the raid. Literally just I'm still loading up and stuff. Do appreciate. Hopefully you had a good stream. Oh, you appreciate. Just starting. Like sorry. Uh my brain's not. Yes. Hello. I just did do my little intro. I'm doing okay. I'm just kind of getting things sorted. I spent some time trying to figure out the weird crashing issues that I had earlier in the last stream. So hopefully there won't be that many. Like I couldn't recreate it. I was struggling. So okay, let's do my little intro. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. If you need to get some self-care as well, make sure to, you get yourself taken care of. Eat, rest, etc. Chess. So as you can see, I've been having some problems with crashes. We had two crashes yesterday. Um, Everything's fine. There's no death yet caused by the crashes, but like I mean, it was definitely harrowing, and we lost a handful of zombies as a result of the two crashes. I then tried to recreate a couple of the crashes, and I just not in this save, obviously, but I couldn't get it to work. Like I couldn't get it to recreate. So I don't know what's causing the crashes. I hope they don't continue. I gave Zomboid a little bit more RAM. It was already. I upped it already once because I already do that because you need to do that for time 16. But I gave it a little bit more, so hopefully that kind of balances it out a little. Um, we'll see. But I've been playing time 16 for ages, and I know that it doesn't seem like that. Do I know you? I don't really know. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna be able to remember every single person, but if you were to prompt me with more information than just a username, I might be able to remember you. Like if you gave me I don't know, like a memory. Because my brain is it's good for that. Particular playthrough that you see me on, or and I can kind of try to remember. I'll be honest though, it's just much better that way. It's not personal. It's just if somebody doesn't come around for a long time, I may forget the name, but I may remember the person still. Go by Rayan. Not sure. Not sure. Don't know. Raikou. Raikou seems familiar to me. Not sure. Possibly. Trying to remember anybody named Raikou that I've met, and or well, Rayan specifically, and I don't know. Maybe. It'd be hard though. Hard pressed to ask me to remember at the moment, unless there was more. What's it called? More prompting. I need more prompting. And my memory is not triggering right now. Sorry. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good tonight. I'm having a good day. Like I said, I was testing and troubleshooting and poking around Zomboid to see if I could figure out how to make that crash happen again. No luck, so we're just kind of gonna carry on as you do. And today, my goal is, because McCoy has got nothing for me, we're going to be pressing the main street. Calm down, Higgins. It's okay. But yeah, that's the plan right now. Is we're going to be pressing the main street, and yeah, no worries. I like. I mean, I know. I'm trying to express that it's not personal. It's not you know. It's not a personal slight. It's me for you know. Try. Hopefully, I made that clear. Okay. We can make a bellows. I need to be able to make what's it called though? The we need clay in order to make all of these things that I want to make. Let's go to the farm. We'll go to the farm and get berries. Falling from the third floor? Wait, did this just happen? I was just watching Claire just a bit ago. Did this just happen? I would have missed it if it was like fresh, because I'm starting to prep my stuff and I did all my testing. Sorry. But yeah, was it some kind of is she okay? She's not broken leg, is she? Thanks for the compliment. She got out with a broken wrist, but she jumped through the open window? Did she hold E? Because right now the holding E interactions are very buggy and I would not recommend using them very often. Was she trying to throw a corpse out the window? What happened? Like, what was the context of the jumping? Was it just accidental? I, wrong chat, I think. It was just at the end of her stream. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. But you gotta share it to me. You can't share it to you. Like the chat won't probably accept it because it'll get bonked. But here, blah. There you go. You can message me directly, and it's easier. I'll pull it up, and then we'll have a look. Do you know how to message on Twitch? If you don't, it's very simple. You click on my username there, and then you message. Um, or you can post it in Discord. That would work too, if you want. If you're able to go to Discord. You should be able to post in the gallery after accepting. I think there's like a role selection of some kind. I, I probably can snag it from. Oh, here we go. Thank you. Oops. Um, I don't actually know if this scene has sound, but it doesn't matter if it has sound. Which scene was it? Was it this one? Is it gonna show this? I don't think it will. It will display capture. Yeah, display capture works. I don't know if it'll have sound, but we can at least have a look. Let's see. Oh, it was like right quick, huh? Oh. Oh. It's not the window that's doing it, it's the building. Ah. The building is built wrong. That's so for those that don't see what's going on with this. Oh, no worries, it's okay. It's just that some links are blocked from chat and stuff. But look here, watch. So it's not the fact that it's not a window. That's not what matters here. It's that this is being treated like a fence. That's what's happening. You can see that it's the building is built wrong. That's being treated like a fence. That's what's happening there. So, and then obviously there's nothing, right? So immediately Claire is lucky that she's not carrying like some extra weight, because that could have been a fatal fall. Very lucky. But at the same time, it shouldn't. Obviously, this is not. It's not right. It's a bug. It's that. But that could have been much worse. And you can see Claire's reaction there is fairly. That's awful. In my opinion, I know Claire. Claire's likely not going to want to um wouldn't want to debug it, but in my opinion, that would be you could debug that. But that said, um, it would be one of those ones where, like, I mean, it's clear it's not meant to be like that, right? But the building is definitely, there's something wrong with that section. It seems like it's a fence. It's reacting like a fence. It's not reacting like or a banister. It's not reacting like a window. So it would be interesting. She broke her wrist apparently, but and breaks take a little while to heal. She's the kind of person that wouldn't want to debug fix it. She's the kind of person that would want to just wait. So, but in my opinion, that like if that were to happen to me, I'd just wait it out as well. I'm stubborn like that, and I would think it's an unfortunate situation. But if somebody else were to come forward with it and say, "Hey, can I debug fix this?" I would be like, "Yeah, that's not cool. Just make sure to save your fitness data so that you can, give yourself back your fitness stuff." But that said, it kind of is annoying, right? Oh, you do backups often for this kind of stuff? Yeah, exactly. There's some things that if you die naturally, it's fine. But there's some cases where it's like a backup it's valid. Where bugs happen. PZ's buggy, especially right now because of the unstable build. But yes, thank you for bringing that to us so that we could have a look. That is like insane. I've not ran through that house a lot myself, so and I very rarely use that set of stairs because the angle of that set of stairs is not preferred to me because I like stair angles that are more vertical, if that makes sense. But yeah, I do appreciate that you brought that so that we can have a look. And well, I mean, obviously we get to see. Hopefully, it gets fixed. Like somebody's gonna report it more than likely, right? More like that's not a that right there could easily be recreated in debug in a vanilla game. So if somebody were to recreate and clip themselves doing that in a vanilla game, they could post it to the devs. The devs have made it very clear that they do not want any bug reports that have any mods at all in them. So like even if you have like a stats mod, it doesn't matter. It's still a mod, and therefore it isn't vanilla. So make sure that if you're posting any bug reports, in order for them to be taken to the most seriousness that they can't have mods. None. It's got to be pure. But yeah, I agree. She's lost quite a lot of characters to Falls, and I am thankful she didn't have extra weight on her this time because she was getting ready to do some stuff with metalworking. She would have stuffed her inventory here very soon with a bunch of extra stuff, and had she have done that and then did that, she would have fallen, and it would have been a death right away, or at least a much more severe injury that she might not have been able to recover from. Thank goodness Claire is safe. Because I'm looking forward to Claire's run continuing. And she's lost so many turtles already to, not jank, but like difficulties, like involving fences and a lot of difficult stuff, right? So, yeah, fingers crossed that doesn't happen again. Jokes that the pillow saved her? I mean, maybe. In all honesty, though, that pillow could have added extra weight and caused her death. If it was if it could have make her break kind of deal. But that said, it obviously didn't. So I'm glad for that. That's good. I'm glad that Claire's okay. Okay, and then we'll head over to the Zambies. But I'm gonna do my best to get a lot of the Muldra Center clear at the moment, and we'll see how far we can get. Hopefully no more crashes today. I did give Zomboid more RAM, but that's not... See, that's not the only issue, right? It's unstable, and as a result, there's going to be problems. But we'll see. Where are they going? I wonder where they're headed off to. Maybe one of the cars is alarming? Right.
時間です。利息
Mm.
がつきます。
Hello. Thank you very much. Appreciate the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. You two having a fun time?
You're amazing!
I'm having a good day. Making some progress. This is going
You're
well.
amazing.
So sorry, chat. What? Why? Why sorry? Don't be sorry. It's okay. Too soon. Sorry about that. Oh, no, no, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine. Do you very much appreciate the raid? Hopefully you had fun and you enjoyed your stream, you too. How goes? You guys have fun? It says that you are doing just chatting, which I don't know if that's correct, but you know, so like talking stream? Not sure. But do very much appreciate you. Muchas. Hello. I'll do my little intro thing. How's the rat race going? It's been really good. How many times have I died in the whole race? A total of 6. Three of the deaths are just deaths on spawn. Or sorry, wait, total 6. No, 4 of the deaths were just deaths on spawn. 2 of the deaths made breakaway. We successfully had a personal best in the rat race of 26,000 something, and the other one was a death at about 1,000 kills. And then this one is now at 11k, which is not too bad in terms of kills. In terms of outposts, though, this particular character has managed to secure 5 minor outposts, no major outposts yet. So I haven't cleared any of the churches, but I am trying my very best. For those that are curious what the rat race is, it's this is the objectives are there. So we need to get 1,000,000 kills, perfect a character, and have 13 points of interest. Yes. I eventually will get so many kills. I'm looking forward to it, but hopefully you guys have a good rest. And make sure to get some self-care in, and food and or rest required. But yes, I very much appreciate everyone that's come in. I'm kind of still. Our goal was a little bit of disappointment with the McCoy, unfortunately, and because I was hoping that we would find a welding mask there, and we didn't find one, unfortunately. But that's okay. So now we're on the main street poking the zombies with pokeballs. I'm glad that you two are doing okay. Oh, and that personal best is from build 41, so it's a little bit outdated, kind of. In terms of kills, though, it is the most I've ever had. So, but have I survived longer than that? I don't think I have. Maybe this run will make that though. You're just showing off my kills. Very recently, and I like the kills. I think that they're a neat score, but I do appreciate folks for being able to make really cool bases and stuff as well. It's not always just about kills. Kills are fun, and it's fun to chase goals, but yeah, just being able to survive in Zomboid is good too. Yes, survive and thrive. Plus, the way that one ended was it's not like I was relieved at the time, but also yeah, you can't even like. I mean, you could do it though. I believe it does take a lot of patience though, which is there we go. Because eventually, killing the zombies themselves is not really the biggest challenge of those kinds of runs. it ends up becoming more so, what do you want to do in the run? Which, you know, in our case right now, we're going for, I want to clear the Muldrow strip. So that's our current goal. And how close do I think I'm to finishing? Not even near close. Roughly the population of Muldrow times 16 is within the realm of like 40 to more, like that, like several tens of thousands. Alrighty, enjoy your lurk while you make soup. That sounds really good. Wonder what kind of soup it is. But yes, enjoy your lurk. Ribbit. What do you think the most kills comes from? Oh, it tells you actually. So the way that Zomboid tells you which weapon you're killed the most with is your character's favorite weapon, where it calculates how many kills that you've done with everything in the game, and then it shows you in the profession screen. So here, I'll show you in a second once I'm done with these 4. Right there. So you can see that right now, currently, Higgins' favorite weapon is the wooden stake, which means that the most zombies that I've killed currently has been with the wooden stake. That said, though, I am a bit surprised by that, because it feels like it's been an age since I've used the wooden stake. But then again, we did put a few thousand zombies in with the stake, so it does make some sense. Now, have a good sleep. I'm gonna shout out our Dryadic friend as well, because there we go. Because why not? 'Cause I have the power. This is my domain. Let's throw this in the garbage. You just found out you can drink hair dye? Did you actually do it? And what happens? I don't know what happens, but I would assume it's a liquid, so yeah, I know you can drink gasoline. I wouldn't recommend it. Doesn't seem like a good idea. On a scale of 1 to 10, that sounds real bad. You think you're safe? Okay, that's good. Double, like, make sure you don't go out killing and standing on corpses, though, in the day, because that'll build up corpse sickness, and that'll make you, it'll raise your queasy. So, just take the day off, in my opinion. In-game. It's the best case to be made. Let's get a seat. You're gonna just eat lemongrass. So lemongrass has a 2-hour cooldown. It's just so you're aware of how it works. It does fresh lemongrass is a -13 to poison, while not fresh lemongrass has a -9. So don't just spam eating it. Eat one, and then wait 2 hours, and then you can eat another. But usually, if you've ate one and you're good, you're good. So you don't need to. That's why you'll see a lot of veterans will carry around one piece of lemongrass. But you see that we have a little stockpile of lemongrass, but we don't carry around more than that, because usually if you've ate lemongrass and you gotta wait the 2 hours, so it's yeah. You love that I have a lot of PZ knowledge. It's one of the things that when you spend a long time playing a game, you're gonna incur some values. It's good though, right? But it is changing, ever changing, and as a result, my knowledge is not 100%. So do know that because of build 42, it's and as well as I don't go into the code very often, so the code divers beat me easily. Same for the modders; they're just way more reliable sources of knowledge for exact values than I am, because I can't see the numbers. However, something that's notable is that even though they have more knowledge than me, and they know the code, sometimes the game doesn't work that way. Sometimes, even if you know the code, the game breaks and doesn't quite have that same capable, like it doesn't matter. I noticed that happening one time with the kitchen knives via carving the spears in 41. It says in the code that it was supposed to prioritize different variants of knives, and it was ignoring all of that functionality and just using the kitchen knife whenever it could get its hand on it. So which is interesting. This is the rare case where the playing the game outweighs or will sort of outweighs the sort of the code itself, and that happens sometimes. It's not super common, but it does happen. Other times it's just jank that causes that kind of stuff. Wait an in-game hour or two. But yeah, just eating multiple lemongrass usually doesn't help. And then, like I said, the fresh value for lemongrass is -13. So if you eat a fresh one, it's better than eating the stale ones. Lemongrass doesn't go poisonous though. It never is rotten. It can't rot because it's a cure for that. So it would make sense it would be able to rot. It just gets less fresh. That's and you can't dry it. So its dried variant essentially is its non-fresh form, which ends up being it's only slightly less potent. It's not. And that -4 that you would get from a fresh one usually won't matter unless you've been standing on the corpses for an extra long time with prone to illness. Fun fact though, prone to illness and resilient actually slows down your corpse sickness gain, which is kind of cool. That's why I'm gonna be taking that trait way more often, because I don't want to deal with the corpse sickness. I find corpse sickness to be very annoying, especially when you have a full corpse highway, which shouldn't happen in the rat race, because the rat race, the way that it's set up is the bodies do despawn relatively quickly. So, but yeah, it's hard to say. I should be taking apart watches more though. I've been kind of being lazy with it. What permanent debuffs do I typically run? Slow learner, reluctant fighter, conspicuous, slow reader, weak stomach, slow healer. Sometimes short-sighted, clumsy and disorganized are ones that I don't normally run. And normally I don't run thin-skinned. I like thick-skinned. But I needed the extra points, so I was like, I'll take thin-skinned this time. The reason why I don't like thin-skinned and I like thick-skinned is because when I take dice rolls, which is what essentially when you get scratched or when the trees scratch you or any of that stuff happens, it's a dice roll. That's what happens, right? And would you prefer to have a dice roll in your favor or out of your favor? That's essentially the thick skinned versus thin skinned. It gives you a dice roll in your favor for injuries. So I would prefer to have the in my favor, but yeah, like I said, I needed the extra points to get a couple other passives that I wanted to get. So like we picked up Artisan, we picked up Mason, we picked up Wilderness Knowledge. We were 0 to Hero, so these are traits we earned. We earned these traits. 0 to Hero essentially is starting with 0 fitness, 0 strength. And currently we are now level 6 fitness and level 8, almost level 9 strength. Actually rapidly approaching level 9 as combat goes on. I love PZ. PZ is a fun game. I am going to do a little bit of variety here though in the near future because I'm going to be leaning towards we'll try doing variety days so that we can splice in some different adventures. Go. Plus, I am very much looking forward to some of the multiplayer stuff that we've got. Maybe we'll maybe do. Because it'd be cool to do like a rat race where everybody works together. It'd be probably fairly short-lived due to the fact that we would all be working together. So we probably would clear the map real quick. At least I believe. So it'd probably be like a month or two. But it's neat. Still would be fun though. By then, I think the actual rat race will probably either we will have our saves broken and then we'll be re-looking at the design of it, or we'll be what's it called? Somebody will have won because there's two people that are rapidly approaching to the end of the not the end, but they're like nearly at the halfway mark. Both Twist on Fire and Chivas are at 400k. Which is a sizable chunk of the zombies, which means if they really wanted to, which I don't know if they're going to do this because it's not in their playstyle, but they could run around and do a bunch of the outposts because they're clearing out quite a lot of the areas in one place. They're using the vehicles to pull all the zombies basically from the entire portions of the map, where they essentially, in Rosewood, Twist has done pretty much this entire portion of the map and this stuff down here too. So he'd be just doing a little bit of cleanup and then he'd have easy access to all of the outposts. All he'd have to do is like, run over, park a car, throw down a extra generator, etc. So I think it'd be 42.10, 42.11, so on and so forth. It's not going to be entering 43 yet because 43 is when they start working on the NPCs and it'll be separate and there will be a stable version of 42 out. Currently, 42 is not in stable. So unless 42 gets released to the stable branch and they feel like they're done with it, which in my opinion, and this is not meant to offend anyone or anything like that, it's not done yet. It's not ready yet. There's a lot of flow issues. There's a lot of stuff that needs to progress and crafting expansion that needs to be done to just make the game like make things a little bit more valued. There's some expansions on some other systems that need fixing, and then still quite a lot of bugs that are like very fatal to playthroughs that need repairing. So once that stuff's done, though, I expect it's gonna be smooth sailing towards build 43, which would be kind of cool, where they'll probably from the ground up create NPC AI. Which I'm hoping that they start with pets, because everybody in the community has already expressed that long before they want they want human interaction, they want cats, dogs, and pets to play with before, which would be a little bit easier to do because they already have the animal stuff, right? So it would be an expansion on the animal systems. But that said, a pet system would be far more well received than receiving and like the NPCs. Anytime I've ever pulled it, it's been a resounding 100% people asking for pets, different instead of NPCs. The NPCs kind of are less liked. That's not to state that there's some folks out there that wouldn't like the like a quest giving system of some kind, or uh, random person to take care of your crops. Because I mean that wouldn't be too bad, right? That said, though, when you implement stuff like that, those sorts of systems, it ends up taking away some gameplay. That, in a way, like I appreciate those systems, but hopefully I'm being clear with what I mean. It makes certain aspects of gameplay no longer as matter as much for the player, because then you just stick the NPC on it and don't think about it anymore, right? I kind of wish there was ways to make it so that the NPCs were less good at doing the jobs that the players do. But still, I don't know. It's one of those things that's difficult to balance, right? And then I'm not a game dev, so my opinion on those kinds of things should be taken with a grain of salt. Well, thank you very much for joining in the raid. Do very much appreciate. Oh, you got back up. Are you late? No. Yeah, but those robots can get better than the players too, can't they? If you have the right person with them. Or am I wrong? I don't know. I think. I never got very far in bio. But a pawn's always better to get. So how do you balance that out? Because isn't the mechanic or playthrough supposed to be only the single pawn and the robots? So is there a way to balance it out? Do you just make more robots? Like how do you? Where's the balance? It starts with a single pawn, but are you that don't they have a trait that makes them upset if you get more pawns? Or is it just not something that you need to care about? I thought that's the whole point of the Mechanitor playthrough was that they are supposed to be alone. There are like a don't worry about that. I mean, I do worry about that sort of stuff because it's like it's part of the gameplay, isn't it? To lean or is it not that it doesn't matter? -8 is nothing? I've had -8 be a problem. When it's stacked with -3, -2, -1, -3, -2, -1. It's when they're stacked together with other things, yeah, -8 sucks like big time. Yes, indeed. Hey, by the way, enjoy your lurk. Right now, I'm just collecting things from the bodies. A nice dining room and a rec room. I like them dining outside. I've been leaning more and more away from them eating in a dining room, but I suppose maybe that's part of the problem with them breaking in my runs, is that they're not eating in a fancy dining room, so they get upset. I've already been on this side. Yeah, see, I'm not really that versed in RimWorld. I know a little bit, but I don't really know too much. I've only launched the rocket and done royalty, so I lack the inner knowledge of that game. But I did get a win, so I can put that feather in my cap, kind of thing. Because not very many people launch the rocket, apparently. Not that they can't, it's just that they don't. Usually they keep their playthrough going until it ends, or it's just they're just happy with it. Yeah. It's less of a matter of can't and more of a matter of don't. Or matter of don't. Thank you. No, you had the gold necklace, yes. Gold ring there, what? Work boots? No, not good. Ooh, a lighter. I'm gonna click all the perfect pawns. Nifty. It's cool having goals to go for that are more than the game offers, right? But my current playthrough in RimWorld that I've got going is well, I mean, you guys have seen it's an attempt to go for the Nexus, but struggling with pawns that like to eat only one thing kind of sucks. Because the pawns like because you guys really wanted me to do a Campbell playthrough, um, and I'm like, okay. But they really like that stuff too much, and as a result, they get upset and tired and angry when I don't have their available food source of meat that they want, which sucks. It's quite hampering. Don't get enough raids. And we're playing with Cassandra, so you'd figure we get more, but Cassandra sometimes is not lax, but doesn't send specifically raids to mess you up. She sends other stuff sometimes. Always gotta go with Randy. No, I don't like Randy because he sleeps. He's like always asleep for me. There's times when I play with Randy where it's just like an eternity of nap time. At least with Cassie, some events happen. She sometimes kicks you while you're down, though, is something that I noticed. Is she will just beat you up for what feels like no reason. Is that a military wristwatch? Huh. Classic military watch. Okay. Constantly dealing with tantrums? Yeah, that's what I was seeing too. In fairness, though, most of the time they are right for throwing their tantrums. You know, if it's too hot, I think I would be in the same boat as them. Like, you know. I don't know if I would go on a sadistic, murderous rage, though, as a result of it. I think I'm more the kind of person that would, like, just pass out. So, that'd be what? Catatonic state? Oh, oops. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever do a murderous rage because of that kind of stuff. Seems excessive. But isn't the 8 without a table like a -3? How goes your vintage story stuff, by the way, Rhett? Has it been going good? Last time I played Vintage Story, I found a cool little ruiny place, which was neat. It was like several houses that were all pre-made, which was neat. And so I moved in there, and then I was trying to put one of the torches on the wall, like one of the, it had a little sconce, and which was cool. And I was like, this is cool. I'm gonna put the torch here. So I go to put the torch there, and one of the support beams was close enough to the torch, and I didn't notice it. And so I accidentally lit the support beam. It trailed down and lit the floor on fire and burned out the entire floor and the upper floor and the, like some of the other stuff. Like I burned down half this house by accident. It was awkward. I was like, oops. I found out the furniture floats though, which is kind of cool. Rip house. Yeah, it was awkward. But the whole thing was pre-done. It was like it's like aged wood and stuff, which is neat. Like I mean, it was cool to see that that I need glue to repair some of the stuff, and it really looks cool. It looks like lived in and stuff, right? Which is I like that. The pre but like partly fallen over, right? And it had like a little wood shack and a bunch of other cool little things. It was definitely it's neat. I should play Vintage Story at some point. Like, it'd be cool to do it on stream. I should do it. Because it's a really cool game. I just started making inventories though, and so that I could sift the sand. That's like a large part of my early game for that game is sifting. I sift things. Not just sand, like, you know, like sift things in the beginning. Prospecting is fun, but it's not good when you have a really bad sense of direction, like I do. I get lost. There's a map, though. Yeah, don't, doesn't help. Hello. You don't have that issue in Minecraft? I have that issue in Minecraft, but in Minecraft, the difference is, in Minecraft, I can, um, through sheer amount of hours that I put into that game, you could blindfold me and I could get back to my base. It's like, too much time in that game. Although I still do get lost sometimes, I can always find my way back. It's one of those weird things where it's just too much time spent, and way too much. We broke 12,000. Nice. Okay, I may need to go get food in game. We'll get rid of you. And then I'll go look for food. But yeah, in Vintage Story, I have a much worse sense of direction. It is really bad. I think it has partially to do with the fact that the biomes aren't really they are different, but I haven't had enough time with them to differentiate the different biomes. So it ends up being that a lot of it looks the same, and it's confusing, and yeah, even with the mini map, it becomes hard. I can kind of find my way, but not fully. Yeah, it really is tough. Oh, why my nose is so itchy. Could be that it's just dry though. It's a dry day. It'll be a long time before it's finished. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because it's a very cool game. It needs a little bit more to divide, like to separate it from Minecraft though. Because currently it feels like too Minecrafty. But the aspects that are not Minecrafty are really good. Like the being able to do your tools, the being able to nap things, the little pots that you can cook with, and I like that stuff. I think it's all cool. Um, and do combat overhaul. Is the combat overhaul mod good? It's okay. That's not a yes. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. Not everything can be a 5 star, you know? Do I not have a saw? I do have a saw. I want what's it called? It's called a softening beam. Now I need to do a drying rack. Borrow Trauma. See, Borrow Trauma is a cool game. I was watching a friend play that, and they do the medicine in that, and they're really good at it. They play on Lime. They were playing on Lime's borrow trauma thingy. Lime as a captain is hilarious. Um, let's see. Nifty. Okay, these can go here for now. That can go there. More mods. Yeah. So I need the fleshing tool, which means I need a bone fleshing tool or a fleshing tool. Which I have a fleshing tool somewhere. I just don't remember where. I think it's back at the cabin. Do I need to go back to the cabin? I probably should to gain some weight. It's always a far trek to do that, though. And this tiny lake here is not able to sustain fishing anymore. Not really. Like it. I mean, maybe it could if I put chum in the water, but it's not sustaining fishing anymore. As unfortunate as that is. Time to starve? Oh no, definitely not. We'll be okay. Because I'm stubborn enough to run across the map to get food. Like, what? I don't have food here? Okay, I'm gone. I go across the map now. I walked across the map looking for a burlap sack. Like, oh, come on. It's like, you don't get much more stubborn than that, except for there's actually 2 rankings of stubbornness above that exist that are more stubborn. But those rankings are both insane and extreme. Like, extreme. Yeah, it's fine. We can walk across to the cabin. I need to get the fleshing tool from there anyways. Yeah, super stubborn 2, and super stubborn 3. And I'm only the first level. I am quite stubborn though, and it's not a trait that I appreciate about myself, to be quite honest. It's a trait that I dislike. I wish I could shut off sometimes because of how annoying it is. Like I get my set in my ways, and sometimes it's very difficult to take me off the track, kind of thing. Takes quite a lot, but it can be derailed. It is possible. Emma has derailed me a few times, but it happens to be difficult.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it can work for you, but it's like, and it can be helpful in some cases. You can get stuff done being stubborn. Whether it's a begrudging, I need to finish this. Why? Because it needs to be done. That kind of deal. But it's also, it's one of those things that can be kind of, like you could have done it faster if you weren't stubborn sometimes. You know what I mean? No, I'm gonna do it this way. Yeah, we'll head over to the essentially what is the other like our other base. Holy crap. Zombie! I can't believe you exist. Quick! Panic! There's zombies in the apocalypse. I can't wait to be able to drive, but at the same time, I can wait. I can wait. I can wait a long time, actually. Which is one of the reasons why our survival time is going to be like 20 years in game if I keep this up. Stubbornly running across the map, never getting in a car. It's because the rat race specifically has some bad effects for cars, or good effects if you can use them correctly. And you can. Like I've mentioned before, there's only a finite amount of the zombies that can move at one time, so they they wouldn't really fully overrun you. I mean, they would, but it depends on how fast you can kill them in response. You get to sleep at the Spiffos, I think. I was a little disappointed to find out that the bed that you can craft is, or at least at this particular stage, is not a good bed. It's average sleep. Maybe at higher levels of carpentry you can make a better variant. Which bed did I make? I made the one with the mattress. Like the, you know, the one that you can craft out of the mattress and in carpentry. But my character isn't very, like, we're like, what is it? Level 3, level 4. It's garbage, that bed. I shouldn't have made it. My tent is equivalent. No offense to the bed meant. It's just, it's not, there was no point to make this. I could just use my tent, so why would I? But I'd already crafted it, so it's like, it's I guess I can have my tent mobile now, but you see this bed here? I think it's probably because it's I don't know why. So my character took apart the mattress is what it looks like to build this bed. The mattress was together in one whole like a whole thing, but it looks like I took apart the mattress and stitched it back together for no reason at all and then put it in a box frame. You're locked at poor that it only goes to average. Yeah, see, it doesn't make sense. And then perhaps maybe when I'm high level carpentry, you get good sleep, but like you can make a good sleep. But I mean, I would love there to be a good sleep and then a great sleep if that could exist. Give yourself a little benefit, like a boost, and your fatigue doesn't go down for a while or whatever. Maybe. I need to check on the animals while we're here as well. Because it's been another few weeks. It's like the character is by both simultaneously 60 years old and a toddler at the same time. Which I guess, I mean, it's weird, right? Maybe 60 is not the right amount, though. The worst part is I can't even kill any of these rabbits. I have to wait until they age. Because they don't give you, like, you can't use them. I've tried. Oh, come on. Really? Come back here. There we go. They're gonna kill each other anyway, so I don't want them to fight, so... I need to bring these brains with me as well. We'll grab a backpack somewhere. Is it you? You're empty, right? No. There we go. Okay, I need to grab the other boar because we need both of them to not. Because we only need one boar. You're a boar too, right? Yes. Okay. Okay. Like I said, this is why I'm not naming any of them. It's because I don't want to there any attachment at all. They need to be processed, unfortunately. Spiffo burgers are required. It's been the secret ingredient in Spiffos for ages, but nobody knows. Secrets. Van came across the recipe. I feel like his friend Kyle, who works at Spiffos, told him the recipe one day in passing. It's always Kyle, right? One million pigs? That sounds awful. So you just caught the pigpocalypse. Well, that's it. You don't know it yet, but you're doomed. That's just the beginning. It gets worse. I can say with confidence that it gets worse. Because it's like, even if you separate the pigs, it doesn't matter. Through time and space, they will have more pigs. There will be more pigs, and more pigs, and more pigs. Yeah. And they just keep making more. It's bad. And that's one of the reasons why it's like, yeesh. Okay, we shouldn't be gaining weight yet, but we will be gaining weight soon. I just wanted to top off before we ran the rest of the way. To the good lake. Which I've still not seen abundance drop. Like, is there a way to see the abundance meter again? Or is, like, I guess not. Not without debug. But I just don't feel like there's an abundance. It just doesn't feel like there is one. I know it's probably hidden somewhere in the background, but... You don't think debug has the abundance either? Because they mentioned it, like, in vague terms, but there's no... at least nothing that I can find. You're too lazy to decompile the fishing? I think it's just linked to the bubbles. And then the bubbles just has chance variance based on the four new parameters around fishing. So wind, temperature, time of day, and what's it called? I don't even think bait's taken into account. At least not currently, but I could be wrong with that. Like maybe there's some leaning towards particular kinds of fish with particular kinds of bait, but I've not found that. I've caught minus 340 fish with every type of bait. So it's like the weirdest one is wind. Why is wind like I get it. I get kind of why wind would be in a realism kind of, but why in the game is it required? You don't even notice the wind active at the moment. You know how many people have asked me what this Moodle is? Like, it's absurd. It's the amount of people that don't know what this Moodle is just like, it's because when do you ever think about a wind? You can see the direction of the wind on the water. But then you can't though because the water visuals are messed up like 85% of the time. You have to reload in order to fix them. Yeah, I have darker water. I'm superior. That's a mod, Rhett. You can't have that. I want it though. I do. I really do. I should add it, but I'm not adding new mods to this playthrough yet. I told myself I wouldn't add anything new, and there's a handful of mods that are tempting me, but I'm like, nope, gotta stay true at the moment to what I've already added to the playthrough. I can take mods away, but I can't add any more. Hello. Somebody redeemed glasses yesterday and it didn't come through, so I refunded it. Rainbow. I don't have rainbow glasses. I'll let you choose a different color though, or do you mean none? I mean, the closest I have is reverse rainbow, which would be, yeah, devoid of color. That's the closest I have. I don't have black hole glasses. These ones don't suck in my face, and then my whole being is transported to a different dimension. Oh, you mean like that have that like sheen where you have that sound effect where they get pushed up and then they go like they make that like sound of a knife going across something. It's like I don't think I no I don't know. They do have like a little bit though. Like here, if I can like I don't know if you guys can see it quite so well, but they are not like there are actually lenses in these glasses, and they do have like a shine to them. Yeah. But they don't do that level of shine. Not anime protagonist level. Cause I'm not an anime protagonist. At least not yet. Maybe one day I'll be an anime protagonist. Emma keeps calling me a protagonist. Do my eyes get smaller? No. Not that I'm aware of. They stay the same. I need a monocle. I don't know if I'm allowed that level of fanciness like that. Maybe. Maybe I need one. Yeah, we still have 4 fillets here. In a frog top hat? I mean, maybe. I've got a plans for a fancy outfit, like later, and I've got one outfit that's a little bit fancier than this. It's the black and gold jacket. But that said, we'll see. Is this where... Yeah. It's like max range. I bet you a little frog with a monocle would be kind of cool, though. Meanwhile, you're in Carrot Man. Oh, if you guys haven't seen Carrot Man's great. Yeah, let's see. Carrot Man. There we go. This Carrot Man. Rhett drew this. It is a Rhett Naru creation. His colors are inverted? That's weird. It's probably because you have like a dark mode or something enabled. Fun fact about so this is something that folks maybe don't know, but a fun fact is if you are in your own channel, you can use the Gigantify without cost. There is no bit cost for it. It's free. So, just a little tidbit if you don't know that. If you're in your own channel, you can Gigantify any emote you want, and it's free. So, go ahead, go forth, make things big. I learned that from Ratmost. Ratmost told me, and I did not know that existed before. Yeah, well, I mean, you can Gigantify it in your own channel, and then you can come have like it's like yeah. I don't know if you can use the other things for free. I could try. Let's see. Mm, sure. Huh. So that does work. Nifty. Cool. I didn't know if that would work. Yeah, it was free. It didn't cost me anything. This is my channel. Learning new things. Time for you to abuse that in your chat. Oh, there you go, Rat. Enjoy. That's kind of partly why I said it, though, is because I didn't know if you knew, and give her. Also, you should tell Bonds, because if Bonds doesn't know, uh, Bonds should know. Bonds should know these kinds of things. Don't know if he knows. Probably he doesn't. Unleash the chaos. Started zomboid with a fractured legs. What would I do spending my first week? The same thing I do. I feel like I'm gonna answer this like a Pinky and the Brain kind of deal. What are we gonna do tonight? Well, we're going to be doing fitness and strength and weight gain and or weight loss, depending. He's an office guy. If I fractured my leg, I would be doing things that are not involving combat. But so my early game wouldn't change. It would be the same. Because a lot of the time I go 0 to hero anyway, so combat's usually not an option. Or it is an option, it's just very, very mild option. You can't really do combat as confidently. 0 to hero, I mean, you can, but now that muscle strain's a thing, it's more annoying than anything. I wouldn't bother. Not now. I mean, you could do that too. Rhett's not wrong. You could do first aid. You said they fixed the cap on pain, right? Be so annoying if they didn't. At least your broken leg would be recovered. Because you'd be stuck with maximum pain for like a month. That was a terrible month to deal with for Higgins. Because I don't remember if we maxed it, but we definitely got a fairly high level of first aid. Like, we might have maxed it. I guess I can check that. I mean, you can if you want to, but you don't feel obligated. It's not necessary, you know. You're on your relax retinaru time. For way longer than you should. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't procrastinate. You should get your stuff done, and then you can procrastinate on the future things that you need to be getting done. The next batch of stuff that's required instead of the current stuff. Do some stuff and procrastinate on more. Procrastinate? Oh dear. English language. It's leaving me. Alright, how big are you, Gar? Not bad. 1, 2, 3. And do nothing void related until the patch, which is good. My goal right now is to continue playing the rat race, but also I'm gonna splash in some variety. I'm gonna do a poll here soon, like probably within the next little while, and we'll see what the variety is. I'm expecting RimWorld, but I would be surprised if Oblivion or one of the other games got picked. Which, I mean, it might. You never know. I don't have the resources to sit and chill while healing, so go get more resources. Leave your town, and then just go and do foraging. Just be very careful. Remember when you're foraging that you can bump into zombies and combat's not good. So make sure to lean towards areas that are less zombie inhabited. Forage out there and just gradually gain back yourself. You said that so if your run just started, I would leave the area. If I started with a broken leg and I left the area, I would, wobble away. I would go and hide essentially until my legs healed. You sneaking is not a viable option, especially in the early game. You would have to crouch on the edge of a zombie radius and gain sneaking to level 10 in order for it to become viable. And then even at level 10, it's not particularly viable for. So you're gonna. The point is you're taking unnecessary risks, and you're gonna get caught. More than likely, it's unnecessary. The pain from feet and glass is not infinite anymore. That's good. That was a sucky thing to deal with. I wish there was another way to level that up, but you know, it is what it is. Should be going average now. Yep. And this next batch will be enough to get us into weight gain. There's also bandits. You're playing with bandits on? Interesting. So you're playing like some kind of is is there like a bandity mod? Those will probably surprise you out of nowhere and end your playthrough. Is my first instinct. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Just random out of nowhere. They just end the run. So if you have bandits, do they spawn randomly around you too? Which means that they would appear in the middle of the woods where there would be no one normally? Or do you have them set to they can spawn like in like an urban area? Because if that's the case, if they can spawn in the wilderness around you, then they'll just kill you. You're gonna just get killed. Unless they can be broken somehow. Like if you can break them and steal their weapons and then shoot them.
時間です。
But
利息がつきます。
that's how I see it anyways. It's a rough go if you've got a broken leg to start with them. Or did they cause the broken leg maybe? Don't know. Anyways, I do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm playing Zomboid and Rat Race. I combined both in my head and tried to say them both at the same time. Didn't work out. But yes. Thank you very much for the raid. Are you having a good day? And some music? Yeah, I like Sims music with Zomboid. It says you're playing a plethora of things. It says you're playing Zomboid, but also some kind of cleaner game, but also some kind of Schedule 1, which Schedule
You're
1's really fun.
amazing.
Hopefully you had fun. Do a brief little intro. It's so hard. It's a fun game. I think it's neat. Currently, we're doing the rat race, which is a fairly difficult set of challenges all rolled into one. It's got a little Discord as well as there we go. As well as it's sorry, wrong thing. Rat race. That's my Discord. This is the rat race one. And you can see the objectives are 1 million kills, perfect character, 13 points of interest, and then there's some additional commands there if folks are interested in deeper information on the rat race and my version of the rat race specifically. 1 year, 7 months. Yeah, 1 year, 7 months. 15 days, 7 hours. We haven't really killed very much, but then again, I haven't been focused on killing stuff, really. Not at the moment, anyways. Our priorities have been kind of on just dealing with the average survival stuff and messing around with some of the things like the blacksmith or the metalworking and poking around the crafting grids. And your PB is 1 day, 21 hours. Well, you get there eventually. It just takes practice, that's all. Your PB is 3 seconds. Well, then you have the world record for as from what I am to understand. The world record for fastest death in Zomboid is 30 in-game minutes. So congratulations on your world record. And that one's held by a Kurumi Periwinkle. Kurumi used gravity to hit the ground as fast as possible. 30 in-game minutes, so that's less than a few seconds. I still think 3 seconds would be faster. I don't know. You'd need to really pull out the stopwatch. You can get killed by a zombie, you can get killed by fall damage, you can be killed by burning alive. There's a lot of ways to die in Antarctic Zomboid. But you die by poison, you can die by starving to death, dehydrating. There's a lot of ways to die. Your last route was 2 hours in game? Ah, I see. My most embarrassing death for me was that I ate 2 poison mushrooms while I was hanging out with my partner, and it was I didn't need to eat them. We had lots of food. I just was eating them because I'm like, I want to see how bad the poison is. Turns out pretty bad. 30 minutes to kill you? I mean, 30 minutes in game. It would be based on the timer here. This said 30 minutes. Survive for 30 minutes. It's less than a few seconds. But that's fastest death. Longest death rate now, or sorry, longest survival time that I know about is 6 years and some change. Held by a vanishing tower. That's the longest survival time I know about. Although there's a couple of runs that are starting to get close to it now. But it's taken quite a long time for that to happen. And then there's offline games as well that exist that have gone for like 10 years. But those ones unfortunately don't count because they weren't streamed. Didn't look at the game time. If you load into a horde, that's actually one of the ways that they were racing them. So it was for the memes at the time. It was actually Mr. Lamprey versus Kurumi Periwinkle in a race, and they were racing to see who could get the fastest death. And Lamprey got it down to like 40 minutes in game or something like that. And then Kurumi came through with a 30-minute in game from gravity. So it was like gravity versus being killed by your own zombie and being pulled down right away. So it was really cool. Because so the way that it was done is Lamprey had like, I want to say like 10 or 15 of his own zombies inside his spawn. And they would eat him like right away. but it was for the memes, right? It's just like a funny little thing to do. Cause the a little bit of boredom sets in sometimes when you're on a marathon run and you get a little bit distracted. You still remember your favorite death? It still not wasn't technically a death. So the load was super slow. Yeah, I've had spawns like that. Specifically in the rat race, you can have spawns like that. There's spawns where you spawn in and you are going to die if you do not rush yourself out of there as quickly as you can. I think it's worse right now because the zombies are more tangible than they used to be, so they actually like will body block you much worse. But I don't know. Let's see. Can I reach that? No. If I stand here, can I reach it? No. The answer is yes, but I am like really close to the shore, which kinda sucks. But oh well, it is what it is. I like standing one tile back. But standing like so that you still get to play the fishing minigame, but it feels fair, as opposed to standing, we're not supposed to stand like super duper far back. We can't anymore because the fishing range is much worse. Twist is hitting all the mod needs. I mean, yeah, for the most part, yeah. A lot of people were for Twist's mods, and some folks brought forward some good arguments on why the mods would be a little bit over the top. But at the end of the day, it's like it's fine. And community consensus came forward, and it's okay. It's been put to rest. So it should have been a death. In my opinion, if those are if you get that kind of death, then yeah, you would I would count that as a death. Um, Yesterday I crashed mid combat. In my opinion, I wasn't in a position that I would have been killed. So if I had been killed, I might have brought it to the community maybe. But I was thinking that if I did die, like I mean we would see we would see how I die, right? I was actually just kind of waiting to see. But then the game cold again. Like it was a frustrating thing when it happens. I don't like when Zomboid does that, and I would love if they reduce the range at which it calls. Like if it was more like maybe 20 tiles around your character, not the whole player loaded area, because it you lose out on so many zombies that you would have had. It takes away their watches, it takes away their items. Imagine if you lose a katana zombie because of that, right? It would be very frustrating, especially if you only see like one katana zombie every once in a while. It would suck, right? So, yeah, it's one of those things. You lost the save and you were satisfied? Yeah, see, like those kinds of saves, it's okay. I don't think I can reach that one. Can we reach this one? We can. Okay, good. Yeah, on the old heat map, there was a handful of those that existed. There's still a handful of those that exist in a few places. Yes, cool stories are always nice. Like I have one where I forgot to about how corpse sickness worked, kind of, and I died because I thought that I would be safe with an interior that I created, and then but it was too late. I lost a cryo winter run as a result. Or being slow to the draw on standing up. A zombie coming up on my flank bit me like right away. I didn't even need to sit there either. I could have sat closer to the interior, and then the zombie wouldn't have bit me at all. Or at least it would have had to come through the window. That ended the cryo rinter runs, though. I was satisfied with how far we got in cryo winter, even though I didn't get to see all of Raven Creek. I got to see quite a bit of the drive-in, and I got to see the trailer park, and I got to see some of the campus. It was a decent amount. Plus, I did see a lot of like the apartmenty buildings when we spawned in on a few of the failed runs. I was satisfied. And I learned that you could actually leave Raven Creek. There was actually a couple of openings that were to the north as well as to the east that you could get out of Raven Creek using that were not dead ends that you could just escape and leave. Of course, I wonder if they're going to redo Raven Creek for 42. Maybe. Maybe not. It was a really popular map. I don't see them not wanting to. I'm so sad with the foraging nerf. It's not a nerf. It's a huge buff. Quantitatively, you're going to get more items. Use a focus. And then use a bowl. Chop up your mushrooms, put them in a bowl. You get a bunch of cooking XP. And if you utilize what's it called? Mushrooms are fun because if you use different kinds of mushrooms in the bowl, they count as their own unique mushroom. So, for example, if you use like the white mottled mushroom and the weird brown spindly mushroom, they're separate. They count as separate things, so that your character will be super uber happy with eating a bowl of mushrooms that are like two of each kind of mushroom. So you put a full six of mushrooms in there. But if it's two of each kind, then it's a happiness meal, and it's really good, and it gets you cooking XP. Yeah. Use focuses. I don't think it's a nerf. If anything, it's both. It's not a nerf or a buff. It's kind of like a side, like, you know what I mean. It's not a nerf or it's not a buff. It's just it's it's a change that didn't like positively or negatively, because the thing about foraging now is that you have a quantitative amount of items that is in larger amounts, which means that you're getting more XP total, which means you can get faster leveling and foraging than even before. So you'll be level 10 foraging much quicker. Yeah, mine is 6 instead of 10, but the thing is you could only ever put -10 of an item in something. So it doesn't change much. You're already max foraging? Well, then you're good then. Like, it doesn't change much. I don't agree that it's a nerf. I think that it's fine. It's just like I don't think fishing got nerfed all that hard either. I feel like fishing is also one of those changes that it's just been changed. It's not been nerfed. Yeah, they nerfed the overall fishing range of the character, so you can't cast at your maximum range anymore. You can only cast like a a more reasonable amount of length. That said, they nerfed the total fish hunger values and the percentage costs of those, but they didn't nerf the calories all that much, and they changed the fishing weight on the fillets, which means that the fillets now weigh almost nothing. That's huge. Before, you used to have to take each fillet and put them in the fire and or in the barbecue, cook the fillet. When it's done, take it out of the barbecue, put another fillet in the barbecue, and then cook. Now you can just cook them all at once. Because they only weigh like 0.5 to 1 each. They're really, really light. And that's if you manage to catch the average size. If you catch a big fish, they're worth a lot more. So you can actually half the fillets, and it makes sense now. Um, but the fishing range isn't that bad. Like, look, I'm casting way out here, right? And I'm not even fishing in optimal temperatures with optimal stuff at the moment. I'm fishing in kind of weather with not the right time. Do I have any tips for starting out the game? Like, how would I build up my tools, like not get cornered by a horde while I'm trying to search buildings? So I'm gonna guess that you're playing on Apocalypse, right? So I would recommend reading this stuff first. These are kind of like the tenets of Zomboid, almost kind of. They are somewhat helpful for beginners. To don't lose control, breathe, don't panic, don't run around everywhere. You can jog everywhere, but you got to remember your character's making noise, so you're probably gonna pull in some zombies if that's the case. You got to be ready to fight. Then practicing combat is good, so make sure that you're practicing combat. Um, as for water, you don't need to really care so much about water, but knowing where to get water is important. So taps, uh, toilets, bathtubs, they're all good places to collect water and to try and keep on your person a bottle of water so that your character is good. Eventually, you'll get like a water skin, and that'll be helpful if you're playing on the build 42. I'm gonna guess, did you turn on build 42 or are you still playing on build 41? Because it would be important for my knowledge so that I can try to help the best I can. Um, that said, though, the zombies are more attuned to their hearing than their sight. Once they see you, though, then I mean they're going to try their best to chase you down. You can lose them, but yeah, they so long as they can hear you walking around and stuff, they'll try and get to you. So it's good to note that sight is important, but sound is more important. Let's see, vehicles are loud and not should vehicles should only be prioritized later on. It's like they're like these are like backpack pluses essentially. They get you from point A to point B. So foraging is super duper useful. I guess for the first few things, like I mean, a lot of people will focus on the TV shows, um, but in my opinion, surveying the area you're in, knowing where your zombies are, is important, and then practicing the combat. And then once you have the combat down and you feel a little bit more comfortable with the combat system and making sure your character's resting and don't overcommit. Like if your character starts to get tired, you need to run away and go and rest. Um, it always does depend as well. You're still on build 41? Okay, so then you have a little bit easier of a time in terms of combat because you don't have to worry about muscle strain. So it's like one less mechanic to think about. Your biggest concerns will be exertion. So if you see the lungs moodle pop up in the corner, make sure that you're kind of paying attention to that because that's your warning that your character's getting tired, needs a rest. If you see the tired moodle, which is the little sleepy face, it means your character should be thinking about going and finding a safe place to sleep. Um, Preferably a place where there aren't zombies. So your spawn house will generally not have zombies in it to start. That said, though, on Apocalypse, it's fine to stay in your spawn area, kind of, because the zombie population is a little bit, it's lighter, and when you spawn in, it makes sure that that area is somewhat safe to begin with. There will be groups of zombies that will be around, so you can go out and clear them and then come back and then like gradually like you can loot buildings, just be as safe as you can. If you feel endangered, run away, right? Because you're the whole point is survive to live, like, run away will help you survive to live another day. And then you can kind of, yeah, you can do the TV, but the TV shouldn't be the major priority. If you happen to be in your spawn house during TV times, then it's good. It's good to pick up the extra XP. But that said, it shouldn't be something that you hyper focus on. A hyper focus would be better to make sure that your area is safe. Try to get your sort of bearings, because you could always get the VHSs later, or alternatively, if you live long enough, like, and I mean a long, long time, eventually your skills will max. It's just inevitable. Like you're gonna build up XP in the skills so long as you want to, and they will max out. So getting the extra like TV XP early on, not exactly the most important. It's useful, like, so don't get me wrong here. It is useful if you can squeeze it in, but making sure your area is safe is more important. You feel like every time you're spawning, which town are you picking? In my opinion, if you're very first starting the game, I recommend picking Rosewood or Riverside. Probably Rosewood though. Rosewood has more spawns, less spawns that you'll end up in, so you'll get familiar with the area a little bit faster. And then early on, I would recommend doing persisting worlds at first instead of just quitting out and deleting the world and starting over. Um, because permadeath is fun, but it's one of those things where in the early game, doing a persisting world, running over and killing your zombie, and you still lost all your XP. So like, but you could still have a base. You can still have like your world progressing. So I think that a persisting world's better in terms of learning and getting allocated to the game. If you find that there's still too many zombies though, you can tone the game down. There's a mode called Builder that exists that will spawn you with a little bit of food, a water bottle, a backpack, and it has less zombies, like a lot less. So you can kind of get more allocated to the survival aspects of the game. And then when you feel more comfortable, Apocalypse is considered the default setting of the game. Survivor is like Apocalypse, but there's a few other mechanics that exist in Survivor mode. Like with the larger weapons, there is multi-hit, and which allows you to hit more than one zombie at a time. And if you push the zombies, I think it pushes more than one zombie. So that one's Survivor is like a lighter version of Apocalypse. And then when you feel like you've really allocated to the survival aspects of the game, there are challenge modes that exist. And then there's modes like that I'm playing currently, like the rat race, that ends up being like kind of a more like a step up, more of a difficult challenge, right? To kind of um, make things a little bit more fun, more difficult overall. But yeah, I would say
You're
that
amazing.
that would be the best case. Do thank you for the follows, by the way. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. The yeah. But I would recommend my very first thing would be to survey the area a little bit, get used to where you are, get used to the map, and then practice the combat.
You're
Like,
amazing.
go get a weapon, fight, practice the combat a little bit, feel a little bit more comfortable, you know, and then gradually build up loot. You're never safe in Zomboid. Never ever feel safe. Because even in my current situation, a zombie could come out of nowhere, right? Ribbit. Um, yeah. If I'm trying to think of other things that are important for beginners. But and don't let anyone say that your sandbox settings are are wrong, because they aren't. Even if you were to shut off the zombies and play what is essentially like a version of a farming game, it's fine to play that way. You don't have to have zombies. You can have lots of zombies. Everybody plays Zomboid their own way and enjoys it in their own way. Because there are custom sandbox options. You can make it very, very hard. You can make it very, very easy. There's nothing wrong with that in terms of if you want to have no infection because you want to practice without the Nox virus entirely. The only way your character would then be able to die is one of the other ways that we mentioned, like gravity or getting pulled down or stuff like that. So, like, if you manage to run away, you could patch yourself up and you'd be fine. And some folks play with, like, like we're playing right now with standard infection, where even a scratch you can become infected with Nox virus. It is really cool. That's the cool part about Zomboid, is that you can customize any playthrough to be any which way you want. It's your world. This is how you died. That's the only thing that's kind of for sure, is that you will die, and that you know, at least you get to write a story while you're doing it. For a real year or 1 year in game? Oh, it's nearly 2 years in game. It's in game. It's not in reality. I don't play on 24-hour days. I don't know anyone who plays on 24-hour days. That would be insane. Do you not, like, they would be so slow. Your character would also never ever fatigue. So it would end up being kind of like you're essentially crazy super strong. Enjoy your sleep and enjoy your lurkage. And I hope you have good luck in the future for Zomboid. And if you need anything else, feel free to ask. I try to, like, that's something that's sort of common in throughout the whole Zomboid community, is that anything that we know is like shared, because we want us everybody to survive and thrive. So any knowledge that we have is community knowledge. Mm-hmm. Something else that's kind of cool about the a beginner first starting into Zomboid is that these are the it's the stages where you're you're early on, right? You're in the beginning stages. You don't get to experience things in quite that way again once you learn how to play the game. It's like it's a unique experience for sure. I need to pause for a second, and I need to be RB because I'm gonna refill my tea, as well as I am going to move this spider over to a different spot, because maybe I'll put it outside, because I don't like that there's a spider just like right directly next to me. I'll move it outside. Okay, be right back. Um, do this. Okay. Okay. The I put the spider outside. You're scared of spiders? I don't have arachnophobia. There's a rule though with bugs, and that is they're not allowed to be on me. This spider wasn't on me though, so I couldn't kill it. It's like it's not fair. So I just put it outside where it belongs. It belongs out there in the world, killing insects and doing its thing, right? That said, though, golden rule of bugs and arachnids is if they're on me, they die. They're not allowed to do that. That's not allowed. Don't touch me. Not appropriate. Get consumed. For me, it's like I know that the spider is going to eat the bugs. And I know that the bugs are going to eat the smaller bugs and or other things, the debris and stuff that I'm not able to see. They have purpose. And as a result, I can appreciate that. Now, in saying that, some of them are pests. And as a result, I'm aware of like you know, if they are pests, then they need to be removed from the area. So it does depend on the type of bug, I guess. That said, though, yeah, I don't like when they're on me. Things bite you in your sleep. See, that's not fun. I used to know a couple of friends who had bed bugs, and they hated it. They hated them very much. They couldn't get rid of them either. Like they tried many, many different wings to get rid of them, and they just couldn't get rid of them. It was just unfortunate. They used to bother everyone all the time in their family. I think eventually they did get someone to like completely destroy them, but those kinds of things are very very tough. In my opinion though, while I do know that pest control is a very much a job and whatnot, I feel like that sort of thing should qualify under taxes in some way. Maybe it does in some places, but it's a benefit to everyone to make sure that those kinds of things are under control. You got a perimeter spray? I don't know what you mean by that. The spider I removed was a little black spider. I don't know if it was like I didn't look very closely at it. Also, in order to remove it, all I did was grab a tissue and I like picked it up very carefully and put it outside. You walk around the house creating a barrier, but human eye is not very good at picking up everything. It's one of those things where, what if they're inside the walls? They might be. Hopefully not, though. How's our weight coming? We're at 78 right now. Give you a crawl space, you just can bomb it? What does that mean? Put a little bomb down there and it like goes boom and the whole thing is like poison? Doesn't that cause poison for the human beings living there? What if somebody lives next to that crawl space? Bug bombs? Aren't, yeah. See, we don't do pest control. Not for our stuff. Have a good sleep.
You're amazing!
I just saw the strangest thing. Okay. Was it like... I don't know. It's just bouncing around? Probably it bumped into a car. I'd be scared of that zombie flying towards me. Because the zombies falling from heights don't need to animate to bite you. So I wonder what that translates to the ragdolls. Can the ragdolls bite you? Maybe. It'll probably be fun. Just need a big fish to sate my hunger. And we'll get our weight back up, and then we'll head back to Muldraugh. We're nearly at the Sunstar Motel. Not quite, but we're getting there. We're just past the mechanic shop on the main strip. Let's see, how big? Not very. Not small, but it's not. Oh, wrong way. Distracted. Oh, there's still bait on there. I didn't expect that. There you go. Patience is key when fishing. I'm gonna go to bed. I think I'll go and cook up those 2 fillets as well that are in the fire. I just need to go grab the fishing rod and keep fishing. Should be at 79 almost. So, a little ways to go. Do you see see these rat race streams and it makes you think the priority is on the cows? I mean, it can be. You can do cows, you can do fishing, you can do rabbits, you can do lots of different things if you want to. In all honesty, the best way would be to combine all the methods. If you combine them all and use everything, then that would be the best way. If I were to make the idea, like, I mean, living at a lake outside with cows and sheep and pigs, and rabbits. The reason why cows are not particularly great, and there is one downside to cows, and that can be very easily fixed, like by the player actually, by just including an infinite water source of some kind, and that is that cows drink a lot of water, like a lot of water. So, but that's the thing, right? You just need an infinite source of water, and then they're good. But yeah, fishing is good. Rabbits are good. Cows are good. Sunflowers actually are good. Because sunflowers during the growing months will give you a large amount of yield. And then you can make vegetable oil with them. I just wanted to see if there were ripples still. Yeah, a lot of the rat race is just patience. You just need to be patient. Patient enough to wait for different things to pass through and control and whatnot. Same for currently right now. Like I just need to be patient. And come springtime, I'm gonna start trying to get crops, and then we're gonna capture rabbits for the what's it called location for Smokies. We'll have rabbits at Smokies and let the rabbits kind of grow up. Make more rabbits. And then I've got the idea that I'm probably going to try and keep, depending on where we are, once I have established setups for food in that way, I think I'm going to cull the locations. So the outposts, we have fallback locations, so we'll have two active locations at any given time. But each of the fallback locations will have animals, but not too many, because I don't want to come back to an area and have to, you know, lag over to the building and realize that there's too many animals there. Despite what I say, you're gonna try farming. Oh yeah, no, give her. Do farming. If it's March, do farming. I recommend sunflowers though, if you can get them. Sunflowers are the best. That said though, all the other crops, you'll notice that there's problems. Because currently, like we've mentioned before, is the crops take too long to grow and end up in their negative months and die out before they're able to grow. But you can still get some crops growing. It is possible to get them growing and successfully harvestable. It's just it's very difficult. It seems I can't see the dash. Did you press V by accident? Usually, here, I'll see if I can't. It won't show me. I don't know what it's auto bound to in normally, but there is a remove HUD option that is. I set it to slash, but usually it's defaulted to V, if I remember right. They might have changed it, but check under UI. Toggle UI. Are you just in the wrong seat? I can't see the dash or check the status of the vehicle. Like you can't see the action wheel? And it throws an error when checking the mechanics? It sounds like one of your mods is going awry. That's what it sounds like to me. It just sounds like things are breaking. Restart your game. If it's still broken, one of your mods is broken, is what it sounds like. Yeah. So I would restart your game. If that doesn't work, then one of the mods is broken. Clearly, is what it sounds like to me. Apparently it's happening. Yeah, but a lot of the I don't want to say it like this because it's going to sound mean, but a lot of the people who say unmodded are actually using mods and they don't like they forget. They forgot that they had a mod. Oh yeah, I have that mod. And so going based on that is alone isn't enough. I would recommend restarting your game and see if that works. And if it doesn't, then go through your mods and see if there's something that's awry there. Or alternatively, try loading an apocalypse save, like a fresh, brand new apocalypse save with no mods, and see if it still does it. If it doesn't, then it's definitely your mods. If not, if it's still buggy, then it sounds like your zomboid's corrupted at some point, somehow. That's what I would recommend. Something's gone awry somewhere, And yeah, it's not their folks' fault that they forget that they mod, but they forget that they mod. Like that's what happens. Is people forget. Oh yeah, I have that mod enabled. Oops. And then that's one of the reasons why the devs get frustrated. Understandably frustrated. I feel like whomever, like, because right now I'm taking this time currently while we're fishing to look at specific crop related things because I'm wanting to make sure that because might as well, right, use my time to benefit us in the long run. Um, the more I look at the crops, the more I'm realizing that it's like it's just it's not set up in a good way for the current systems that are in place. You throw in a greenhouse system that ignores the seasons, pristine. It works great. Because that's not in the game right now. Yeah. Like for example, how are you supposed to grow a crop that you planted in its good month, right? April. It takes 90 days for it to grow, right? And then it's out of its good month. Like it's not in its good month anymore. It grows and then it's in its cursed months. And that's for the optimal crops, like the ones that only take 90 days. There are crops that take up to 180 to 240 days that have no chance. They literally cannot grow. They will die. Unless some kind of in-game miracle happens for that crop where it bugs it out and it protects it. But I don't like it. Like, because I'm looking into this right now, I'm like, okay, well, I'll plant lemongrass and around, right? And I'll have the lemongrass protect my sunflowers, right? So that's the plan, is that I'm going to use the lemongrass to protect my sunflowers. Lemongrass has a growth period of 60 days. So that means that when I plant the lemongrass after the first month, I can plant the sunflowers in their best month, and they're going to come out of the ground in summertime, and that's it. They're done. I can maybe let's see, June, July, August. I maybe can squeak out one more rotation of crops, maybe, and that's if I'm watching it and I'm there the entire time. So basically, I'm during the spring and summer months. If I'm not there watching the crops every single day, like you get like a 1 to 2 day reprieve, but like as the water levels go down. But if you're not there watching those crops every single day, they're gonna contract diseases and/or, yeah. I think you could get 2 rotations of sunflowers, and in this case, I could do maybe 3 rotations of lemongrass. Maybe. Barely. Barely 3 rotations of lemongrass. Maybe 4 if I could. No, 3. 3 rotations. Because then it enters its curse months. Yeah, that's essentially what I'm thinking. I have right now roughly 200 and some odd sunflower seeds. I'm thinking I'm going to plant them all. Which means that our entire spring and summer will be. So I'm not talking specifically about the rat race. I'm talking about default settings. So if you were to play default settings on rat race, it's worse. I wouldn't talk about rat race settings and expect the game should be centralized around rat race. No way in hell. That's not fair. The rat race is meant to be a hard, difficult challenge. When I talk about the game's issues, I'm speaking, generally speaking, around... Sometimes I'm venting about rat race a little bit. But in this case, it's the default values. Because even if I were to look right here and go into these are the default values for grow times. 60 days, 90 days, 150 days. And it just takes basic math to understand that. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So if you plant the leeks here in March, then you will get a rotation of leeks. However, if let's say we go for, let's go for something a little bit, a little bit like this, tobacco for a smoker. Let's say that we're playing a smoking character and we want the tobacco. Well, okay, so we plant them in April, best month, right? April, May, June, July, August, right? Notice a problem? That's 150 days. That means there are 30 extra days of grow time in the cursed months where you would be harvesting them. Smokers are screwed. Unless you luck out and your crop manages to survive the cursed month. And that's one example there. You can also remember the what is it? Winter wheat looks like it's been edited down. So it says it's 108 days. So there's somebody is editing some of these, I think, but it's definitely, yeah. Is hemp still 240? To which then the argument could be made, oh, we'll just go and forage it. But I don't have hemp available on this listing, but flax is there and is down to 108. One sec, though. Did they lower it to 108? Because flax used to be the same as hemp, and it's now 108. Why is it 108? That's still more than the allotted time, by the way, by several in-game days. Flax, rye, and wheat were adjusted slightly to work. I see. So they work better on default. So the thing is on default, they'll be able to survive a little while. You can't expect them to survive a full month, though. And I still feel bad for smokers. Because not only did their trait get nerfed, their trait was broken on release. Their trait, and then the features of which you were going to be able to use your trait are all ruined. So it's like smokers really got kicked over, like, hard. And I wasn't even taking that trait when it was worth more. So they die off just after you can harvest them. Yeah, it seems like it's not, like, it's set to be more realistic, and that's the thing. It's a game, and it's not following a realistic capability. It shouldn't in this particular case. Taking realism too seriously in that case. It should be toned down a little bit, even more. Like, I would half pretty much the entire listing of agriculture. Unless they added greenhouses in. They add greenhouses in, then it's fine. Then leave it alone. It doesn't matter at that point. Because if you have a way to remove the seasonal boundaries, then it doesn't matter if it takes 100 days. That's fine. Kind of. It's still frustrating, but less frustrating, right? Because it is manageable. Yeah, because of their greenhouses. Yeah, people can make their own food, you know? That's what people used to do. There didn't used to be a grocery store. What used to happen was a barter system. People would grow different things and then they would barter with each other. They would be like, "Hi, I have milk. Well, what can you give me for the milk?" "Oh, well, I can give you some grain." "Okay, well, I'll take the grain for the milk." "Sure." That was the old school way of before currency became a thing. It was an old method of, not that it's better than currency, because and the grocery stores and stuff like that have made things a lot better for a lot more people in terms of accessibility to different things, right? And variety and all of that. But that's the thing is if you go back and people used to do their own thing, people used to take care of themselves. I don't want it to be a level 10 glass making requirement. I want it to be like a level 3 to 5 kind of deal. Or level, like, make garbage glass walls lower level. So you can make a crude greenhouse at lower levels. And then at higher levels, you can make a fancy greenhouse that is better for your crops. I wouldn't want it to be like a level 10 thing. Level 10 is too much of a requirement, like too much of a grind. Even with bonuses, it can be pretty hard. So I'd want it accessible. And that's the big thing. Early on, you want these kind of features accessible so people can test them out. So all in honesty, lower the level the better currently, and then you balance it later. So like level 1 to 3 early on so that people can gain access to it, and then you can be like, okay, now that we've added in NPCs that are going to manage your greenhouse for you, we've raised the level for the player character to require level 5 because you have, and and that's why is because it makes sense, right? But currently, there's none of these systems in place, and as a result, it's causing a lot of issues. Once again, I don't mean for the rat race. The rat race comes with its own bag of difficulties and irritations and tedium and, stuff that shouldn't. Yeah. You demand glass blowing tomorrow. I just wish that the glass spear was available. Is it available? I didn't see it in the listing when I was looking at glass items, like to craft. Ragdolls for the rats. I was looking into that as well, and ragdolls are they're an interesting feature that was asked for, yes. But I feel like it was not as like prominent as it would seem. Because I went back to look, I was curious to see exactly how many people were asking for ragdolls because I wanted to know, and it's it was a requested feature, that is for sure. But perhaps everybody has their preferences for the game and which directions they wish the game to go in, right? Is this Donkey Kong pirate metal? I mean, kinda, yeah. Just because I'm curious. Nice. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Oop. Yeah, essentially we would have to give up our entire like spring and summer in order to do crops. We wouldn't be able to do anything else. And it seems excessive if that's not something I need to focus on right now. We'll go focus on clearing Moldra first. That's more important. I'll capture some rabbits though, so we can start building out rabbits over in Moldra. Eventually though, what I should do as well is there's actually some other water spots that we can go to. We can actually take over this bottom section here and that there, and that will give us fishing access points over here as well. Of course, it's going to require us to basically have been full clear on Moldra, but it is what it is. Yeah, even with a watering system, though, you still need to check the farm, right? I know I could hit the full without
You're amazing.
clear. That I could just kind of go straight from McCoy. And McCoy is pretty clear. Like, I was surprised. They killed the whole heat map of McCoy. Like, all of it's dead. Like, 0. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Do appreciate. It's gone. There's no heat map there. I was expecting there to be some. Like, it's time 16, right? But it's gone. No more heat map. And then I've had 2 crashes so far, and I'm concerned about the stability of approaching Moldra. I don't know what caused those two crashes exactly. I have a sneaking suspicion it has to do with the zombies on the fences, though. You missed the info drop on the farming minigame? There's no minigame. It's just throw stuff in the ground and you have to take care of it, kind of. And that currently it's not worth it. Morning. Like the value versus worth is it's not worth it. The only way you can make it worth it is by planting in mass, essentially. And even with planting in mass, your best bet currently is to do sunflowers. All of the other crops are kind of meh in comparison to sunflowers. Because sunflowers yield the most seeds, and as a result, they yield the most vegetable oil. So... the whole cursed crop thing. Yeah, it's an odd system to add into the game, kind of. Especially because there's already, like, slugs and flies and devil's tainted water or whatever. Those things exist. And they're already messing with your crops. Where are the benefits? Compost? You can add only so much compost to boost your crop's growth. So, where are the benefits that counteract the several diseases and, you know, the cursed months? You're gonna make the argument that agriculture's level is gonna counter that? No. You get what? Plus one more crop out of it? It's not worth it. Net loss is just too high. And the amount of time that it takes to produce that stuff just makes it weird. Meanwhile, you milk one cow and you get so much milk that you could produce like an endless trove of butter. And then you can eat your butter bars for ages. And it's worth way more. Looks EU. Yeah, if you're going to touch farming, do animals. Animals are superior to agriculture currently, considerably. At least for now. Like I said, if they add in greenhouses, that would be an immense help, but... like, even a handful of real farmers in the chat have expressed that the way that farming is done in Zomboid is not how it is in reality. Which is fine, because it's a video game. It's meant to be its own thing, which is okay, but... it's like times 5 pain points to farm. Why would you bother? And that's just with default. That's not including things like Rat Race. Like I said, I wouldn't ever count Rat Race towards it. But Rat Race only ticked up the difficulty on farming slightly. It's not even the max difficulty on farming. And it makes it fairly tough. It's borderline impossible. Outside of very, very specific parameters where you're basically that the only thing you're going to be doing is farming. Somewhat, like, because I used to use farming a lot, right? In Build 41, farming was great. In Build 41, farming felt like it mattered because you would plant your crops, and even in winter you could grow your crops. You grow a handful of crops to feed your traps so that you could catch stuff in the locations that didn't have really good fishing. Because there were locations that just sucked for fishing. That's just how it is. Of course, fishing in Build 41 was very much just any water source, walk over to it and spear the water and get yourself a trove of fish. You know, so the food systems in Build 41 were more balanced around um they don't even take a quarter of the time that in Build 42 it takes you to build up food. Yeah. Now, assuming you have freezers and power and stuff like that, food spoilage becomes a little bit more manageable. Like you can control it a lot better. Like for example, when I did play in Build 41, I had freezers and fridges and I would cycle the food and I would FIFO it and it would be good. But if you were to take the current stuff right now and try and manage it, it doesn't work out. Like even in the apocalypse playthrough where we lived for like what was it? We were just over 2 years, something like that, with Higgins. And I can't remember how long he lived actually, but I know that it was we tried a little bit of the farming and it didn't feel good, so I didn't bother going further with it. It felt punishing instead of rewarding, and that was an apocalypse. Like I put all my time into this stuff and it's not giving me anything. Like what's the point? They changed, did they nerf jars? System is already bad on its own, let alone if they nerfed it. You don't get the full veggies back? This is why people play mods on these kinds of things. It's because it's set weird. Like I said, to fix the jarring system, all you'd have to do is make those two things infinite and producible. You make sugar infinite. You apply the Malu for not being able to eat it directly to it, outside of applying it to recipes. So sugar would only be able to be used in pies, cakes, breads. I think breads, like making things. So like you wouldn't be able to eat it directly. It would become an ingredient. Um, and then from there, you do the same thing with vinegar. You make vinegar accessible as well. Make them both infinite capability. So like you do is there's a process system to make them, so that it encourages people to utilize the jars and that would, you know, it's a rewarding system that way, as opposed to currently where you could just eat the sugar. Why would you ever bother trading a non-perishable of sugar for perishable goods? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so getting salt as well, or like, and like they just added in sandbars, like that you can go shovel up, like on the beaches and stuff. The problem with these things that they're adding in terms of the nodes and stuff is that they need to add those to like the forage menu or something like that, because currently, what happens if I go and dig up all the sandbars and smash all of the iron nodes and stuff? Yes, that would be thousands of iron and or thousands of sand and all that sort of thing. Yes, I understand that, but you know, if you were to think of it in terms of a server, it's to prevent locust behavior, right? think it's been mentioned before, but why do the beaches let you dig up the sand and then there's dirt underneath? Can't there just be more sand? Yeah, there's not, like, the closest there is to renewal is the erosion system, which causes, um, like, bushes, trees, and so lots and lots of wood splinters, sticks, branches, and planks everywhere, and nobody picks it up on a server. You know who picks that stuff up? It's either players that are like me that wander around and clean up after everyone, or it's the server files throws that stuff on the blacklist to get deleted because nobody picks that stuff up. The amount of littering that happens on servers is ludicrous. It actually causes in-server lag, which is surprising given that the items themselves don't really cause that much lag unless there's like a lot of them. I like cleaning stuff up, but sometimes it's excessive. Yeah, currently it's still very locust. And even if you take off the fact that people aren't taking apart beds for their for the carpentry XP anymore, you know what they are taking apart the beds for? They're gonna take apart the beds and the floor and a bunch of stuff for the nails. Because even if you can craft nails at the moment, it's like blacksmithing is still in need of a little bit more push in order to make it possible. It still requires nails to make nails. Of course, it's easier now than it used to be, for sure. They're walking in the right direction. I do appreciate that things are being kind of taken into account and that things are progressing in the right ways. It's just taking some time to get there in certain ways, right? See, and that's something the devs are praised for as well, is that they take their time and that they don't put like dates on things, right? Which I do appreciate. And I'm not saying that they need to put times on things or anything like that. It's just like, for example, though, that adding in the feature for the zombies to bang on the fences, yet they can't break the fences down currently. I would have preferred if the zombies couldn't bang on the fences right now. Right? That feature could come later when the whole feature was ready, as opposed to right now. I know that they get a little bit excited and that they want to post things early, and that they want to show us that the things are progressing, and I'm appreciative of that portion of it. But that said, though, an unfinished feature is going to frustrate people. It's going to make people mad because then they'll be wondering why the feature is unfinished. Yeah, some people are visual, and giving them a big old like paragraph to read isn't the best. That's why it's appreciative when folks do release videos like Rhett or Mr. Atomic Duck, or that they do summaries of the patches. I was thinking about doing some of those myself, but I don't really have the. I was like, not yet. It isn't something that's for me at the moment. Maybe one day. We'll see. I don't know if that's the direction I want to go with things. Yeah, you basically need to make clothes and cut clothes in order to like snip clothes down with scissors in order to get your training. And what if you don't have scissors? If I remember correctly, scissors are a medium craft in blacksmithing, like in metalworking. That they're not. They're like a mid-tier craft. And I could be wrong because I haven't looked at the every single new recipe that they've done in blacksmithing. But and last I checked, the scissors were medium. I hope they add back in a method to grind napping a little bit easier. Even if it's something as simple as, like, making regular rocks into chipstone rocks. Or something like that, you know? That, and then also planks should be able to be curved into long sticks. So that you can craft with them. And I know that they said they didn't want to apply the same features of the regular flint saw to the saw. Like, so you can't, the flint saw does not saw logs and it does not dismantle furniture, but give it one or the other. Like give it the ability to dismantle or give it the ability to saw logs into planks. Why are planks so gated anyways? They don't need to be that gated. You don't need like a real metal saw to saw a plank. But that said, it's that those are also opinions. So remember that a lot of this is opinions. Some of it's like just can't like banter at most. And you know, just venting a little bit. Mostly due to like I mean it can be causing people frustration, right? You're standing stupid amounts of flint. No, that's normal, I think. They changed foraging to be that way. It's more quantitative now than less than like and focuses matter more. So if you find that you want to find specific items, try turn it on a focus. It's either somebody I don't know. I feel like berries are rare cuz I seen one winter berry all winter so far in this winter. And I've looked in places where berries are common, and I did not find berries at all. I found lots of fruit. Mind you, I went and looked in a farm where berries are supposed to be a bit more rare, and I found lots of berries there. So I think there's something that's messed up in foraging, but I don't know what it is. But I feel like foraging as a whole, it's not been nerfed and it's not been buffed. It's kind of been just changed. I wouldn't say it's been buffed or nerfed. It's just weird and changed. Because you get more items now. So if you were not level 10 foraging before, you'll be level 10 foraging now. It's less valuable overall because before you were getting mushrooms that were like minus 30. So you get like 3 cuts out of one mushroom. But yeah, now it seems like the mushrooms are smaller but more plentiful, as an example. The monster cabbages, yeah. If you don't really like it and it feels like a nerf to you, and that's okay that it does. Like, you know, you can feel like a nerf to you. I feel like it's neither nerf nor buff, just based on the averages that I'm looking at, but that's also my opinion. A burf. That's not a real thing. Yeah. It's same as fishing, right? There's pros and cons, and if you put them against each other, it becomes eh. They augment playstyles ever so slightly, and it can be kind of bad for certain playstyles. I can see certain playstyles being upset. It's just like the zombie thing. Zombies becoming more tangible when you shoulder check them, so that like I mean, you're basically stuck going in one direction, and like you can't really weave through the zombies anymore like you used to be able to. That's frustrating for some people's play styles. And likely that one's going to get fixed. Probably. And actually, I'm expecting that foraging likely and fishing are probably both going to get buffed, at least based on the community's reaction. Like, because a lot of the community is complaining and saying it's a nerf. So they're going to end up buffing it, and it's going to be even stronger as a result. And it I don't know. It's hard to say, right? I can see it being especially bad in indoor areas. Or like it chain react, yeah, like multi stacking the tripping until basically that zombie is able to get you again. And that's assuming there's not two. Foraging berries in a living room seems fine to me because it's like the bush grew out of the floor. Because, post apocalypse, it could happen. A little weird, but probably. They do seem to want to adjust things based on meta purposes, but at the same time, it's tough. And yeah, that's true. There will always be a meta. You won't be able to outpace the players and how they want to play the game. You can adjust things and try to change them, but the thing is it's just like the initial meta of Build 42, which was butter slash soda. That was that. It was the soda butter meta. Or sorry, soda butter rock meta. You guys remember that one when it was released? Everybody running around smashing zombies with rocks and drinking soda, and now it's just butter meta. Like is the game for your weight gains. Although people have been adjusting and using different strategies for it, but and then they hard nerfed the rocks so that it was worthless. You know, yep, alcohol. Alcohol's still good, but not quite as good as it was. Micro sipping is still a thing though, and that's would be extremely difficult to adjust. And milk is still really, really ridiculous. So is butter. Nerf stone scythe. I don't think they need to nerf stone scythe. I feel like the durability on the stone scythe kind of is fine, and that it's in not a bad place. Stone scythes are not the problem. Um, they're okay. They break really quickly though, even with maintenance 10. I don't think they need to take nerfs out on weapons at the moment. If anything, I think they should expand on the weapons in a positive way. I think they should buff spears by giving spear users a trait point that they can add to spears, as well as applying the jaw stab requirements from the knives to the spears, so that you can't have that situation where you go for a spear stab and a zombie creeps in on you from the side and kills you. There would be no more of that. It would just be pushes. Right? Because spear kind of got the short end, which is unfortunate. And a lot of weapons have been being buffed recently. They buffed all the bats. So it's one of those odd scenarios, right? Where it's like, okay, they're increasing they're buffing things and adjusting things. Well, and the thing is as well is you got to remember that the weapons don't get their true damage until level 7, and generally speaking, when somebody commits to one weapon tree, that's the weapon they stick with until they die. It's usually it, right? Not very many people go into leveling multiple sets of weapons. The majority of Zomboid characters die before they get to their second weapon. I would argue that they even die before they're able to max their weapon skill out. And that's not a knock to the folks, it's just that if you're going based on that, that's one of the reasons why maintenance gets so many buffs than nerfs than buffs than nerfs. At least currently. And then you watch somebody who's got like really high weapon skill run around and just kill everything. Right? Like, oh well, that looks overpowered. But does it really? You know? Yeah, I still like the short blades. But I'm well aware that they definitely are different from when they were in build 41. They aren't quite as infinite as they used to be. They're still good, mind you. It's just they're not quite as infinite stamina as they once were. They're kind of a little bit less, right? You still need to take breaks. Well, see, now you don't have to worry about that. Flint's chipstone are everywhere. Like, especially currently. They're just there's no end to the chipstone. You have like hundreds of chipstone now. All you have to do is chipstone focus and walk down a road for like 2 seconds and you're gonna get like consecutively like Yeah. Although it's still kind of necessary. Especially if you want to do blacksmithing. Yeah. It's because I don't want to say it's biome dependent because I don't know if that's actually the terminology, but it's what it seems like is there's certain areas that just have more. So maybe it's biome dependent on load in, you walk past an area, it has more. But that's the thing is that the nodes themselves don't come back. Once you harvest a node, it's gone, which is a problem. Because how are you supposed to get nodes later? They don't appear in foraging, at least not yet. Unless they're planning on adding that to foraging, which gives foraging even more power. Can you imagine if somebody hated foraging? How they feel? The game is just leaning heavily towards the foraging stuff. Foraging is great and all, but let's imagine, if you will, the person that doesn't like foraging. I like foraging because you can find things like frogs and stuff like that. So I enjoy foraging. But take it from from a perspective of someone who doesn't like foraging. How are they gonna feel when the game currently leans so heavily towards foraging? Right? It's a little bit too much in my opinion, which is why I do like when they add in things like the debris, like where you can get a guarantee. You can go pick up a flat stone if you see one on the ground. The problem is if they try to add in something that is like the erosion system where it starts adding in debris tattered around, right? Like gradually. Well, what's going to stop that debris from ruining some of your base? Unless we have a zone that we can designate as this is my zone, uh, erosion do not affect it kind of thing, right? I mean, but nothing like that exists currently, at least as far as I'm aware, that gives you a preventative zone for the erosion. Exactly. It'd be like the storms, or like you could have like nodes that you could like, oh, our character discovered a node. It's here. You know, it doesn't have to fully make sense. Like you don't have to be like, oh, well, how would they have discovered that there? It should have been there the whole time. No, it suspend disbelief for a little bit and just, in terms of preventing those kinds of behaviors that would be bad. Because eventually, especially for metal, let's say you take all of the metal from the road, and then what? You're gonna have to make sure that you keep picking up metal from the zombies, because eventually, metal's gonna run out. And then if, like, from there, it depends on the style of playthrough, right? can barely reach it. So close. How's my weight doing? Ah, we're getting close. Nice. We'll be able to go back to Moldraw here in a sec. Yeah, so the end game of PZ, which is it's not something that's been really established at the moment and isn't being kind of touched on at this time, because it's a sandbox. You make your own end game, right? You live the lavish life of luxury and you keep going until eventually you meet your end. You don't know where it's coming, but it will come eventually, right? It's one of those sorts of things that's very difficult, but it's just like a Minecraft server or any of those kinds of things. It ends up being like you get to a point where you're not suffering anymore. You're living a nice life in the apocalypse. And that's part of the end game is that you've made it. Congratulations when you make it to end game in PZ. That's the thing. It's not about the fact that where is my end goal? It's congratulations, you made it. Where you go from there is your decision. Whether you're going to choose to kill even more zombies, go loot and make even more bases, or do whatever it is you want to do. Maybe you want to go into the military outpost all the way down to the bottom. But it's up to your imagination at that point to kind of determine what you want to do. There's no mechanics in the game at the moment that let you claim back civilization all the way. But the closest you get to that is multiplayer servers where they do in like those kinds of things. Yeah, I still haven't quite seen. Yeah, two of those can go there. Fish guys can go here. You built a entire house out of the prison. The prison is one of the worst places to try and keep lit, like in terms of positioning for generators. It's really annoying. At least I found. Because I've done the whole prison stuff before. With NPCs, you could do a whole Walking Dead scenario, faction wars. I mean, you could, but in theory, you could do that in multiplayer with your friends. Why do you need NPCs for that? In all honesty, it would be better with your friends on a multiplayer server, right? Because then your friends you would actually believe if they lied to you, as opposed to an NPC you would never ever believe if they lied to you. You know? Because their NPCs can't build rapport. That's the one thing that, like, I always hear that argument of, oh, the NPCs, I want them to lie to me. Well, they can't. They physically cannot do that. You will never believe them. Why? Not unless you're really, really, like, immersed in the role play and you allow yourself to believe them. On a meta level, you'll never believe them. Oh, you have a bandage on your arm? Let me see that. No? Oh, you're not gonna let me see it. Okay then. You're coming with me on the next hunting trip. There, George. Or sorry, it'd be Lenny. Tell me about the rabbits. Yeah, it's That's the thing, right? Is that they can't lie to you. Not unless you let them. But that's a role play thing that's separate, right? You never played multiplayer? That's how you would do that, is you would do faction role plays with multiplayer. And it would be a little bit more... But the problem is PZ multiplayer can be a little bit jank. So you kind of just have to roll with some of the ways that things work. There'd be rules and stuff. But I've seen factions in PvP and in PZ before. Yeah. Come on. There's got to be a zombie around, I'm guessing. There we go. But yeah, I played a little bit of multiplayer, and I really liked playing on that multiplayer roleplay thing that we did. I thought that that was really fun, and I could see myself playing that sort of thing again. I didn't quite live as long as I wanted to because I knew I couldn't do the second, because it was a 2-day thing, and I knew I couldn't do the second day due to work-related stuff that I had to do. So very early on, I slinked off and and I got bit so that I could, eventually turn to guarantee that I was gonna die, right? Nobody ever questioned my injury because nobody ever seen it, because where I got bit, the bandage was on my hand and I was wearing gloves. Because, if I was going to get any other injuries, I would have had to find other means of clothing and protection, and so people would never ever have a reason to health check me. That said, though, that character ended up dying in a bathroom where I knew that there were people that could dispatch me nearby. So I would be like, okay, so that'll be interesting, so that they get something that they get to RP with, and also I can sort of bow out because I have no choice, right? And it's just interesting, right? But you also can't utilize your meta knowledge in cases where normally it would be, like, for example, there was one point where we were trying to get this scientist, and there were people that were holding, that had guns and were, hey, we have guns kind of deal, right? Now, on a meta level, I know that I, melee-wise, could just wipe that whole team out. It would be easy for me to run through, and yeah, they could shoot me and it would probably stun me and I would probably die from bleeding out, especially if they get a neck shot. But I probably could take 2 or 3 of them down faster than they would be able to shoot me. But that's meta, right? You don't want to do that. Take some of the fun out of it. It's supposed to be like roleplay-esque. You fun barricading yourself in a bathroom? Yeah, it's more fun that way when you like sort of find other ways to play, right? And that's how you can find endgame in PZ, is by finding those other things, ways to play the game. Whether it's the arcade game style of sprinters or, trying to survive as long as you can in a marathon playthrough, like Rat Race. They all have their own appeal in their own ways, right? Yeah, you can also treat it like Animal Crossing and make yourself an absolutely fantastic mansion, and then go, like, you want very particular items for, like, from, like, across the map. like the rug of a very, very fancy house that's like across over in Louisville. But then you also need like a carpet that's very particular color from one of the houses in West Point, or, stuff like that. Yeah, I always have, or collectibles as well as another thing. You give yourself the reason to play. But that's same for any video game. All video games have the same thing, is that eventually you're going to reach the end game. And then what? It's up to you to decide what's fun in that game. Whether it's raid content, or if you're interested in doing like leveling another fresh character. Because you can do that in Project Zomboid. If you wanted to level another character in the same world, you simply would exit your game. You go into load, go into the more options that's down here. So like it's behind my shoulder there. More options. And then you just do new player. And you can then select between the players that you have. Right? So you can make as many players as you want on a single map. So you could do like, if you find that you want to level up some things really quickly, you can actually just do another character in the same world. You maybe even make it a family if you want. Some folks don't even know this feature exists. But it does exist in there as a means to not only play coop with your friends, but also to have alternate like characters all in the same world. Yeah, I just hope that they do pets before they do the AI like NPCs or whatever. I mean, some people call dogs bears. Especially if you get the big ones, like those big fuzzy ones, like the ones that are like crossbreed. What are they called? They're like shaggy dogs. They're really big. They look like bears. Yeah, the big hunting dogs. Yeah, not huskies. They might. Do they have husky bred in them? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know dog breeds. Not very well. I just know the biggest dogs that I've ever seen are the Irish Wolfhound / Great Danes. They are huge. Basically horses. They're very susceptible to cancer, which is unfortunate. Because they are absolutely beautiful dogs. But they're the dogs that I know the most. It's a Newfoundland dog? Which one? Is that what it's called? Is the biggest one you've seen? I don't know if I've seen that one. I'd have to look it up. I don't know why, but I'm thinking the van would just be making car noises all while he's running. Brum, brum. Vehicle noises. We're almost there. I can't make these into... Can I? This is their tanned and furred. But it won't let me... Because they aren't unprocessed. Which produces furred. Which means that these are just decor and that I can't do anything with them. That's unfortunate. I had hopes that I could make these into... That's the whole point I brought them here for, was that we could be able to turn them into... That sucks. Oh well. It is what it is. So we can't make a bellows not without capturing some kind of... 1 second. Yeah, that is unfortunate that I can't use those leather... Like, I thought that I could use them to make the bellows, but it's wrong. They're separate items. I should have known better. I didn't bring the brains anyways. I left the brains behind. Yeah, I'd have to run over to the spots where the cows are though, and sometimes it's difficult to get into those areas because the barns are covered in zombies. But I mean, it's possible to just group them up and move them. It's not like a rush thing. I don't need the bellows here. We can function without it. We've been functioning just fine up to this point. I'm in the bathroom then, or in the bedroom, I mean. Because I am not dealing with the remainder of this in-game day. Because I knew we would get tired real quick. We just ran a marathon. we crossed all the way from the Dixie cabin all the way to Crossroads, all the way to here. So it's like, yeah. Pretty far distance. Yeah, it's just a little sucky that I can't turn that stuff into the leather that I need. Well, back to it now. We got time. Nope, too many. Too many. Back off. Still a lot of them. Okay. So, what do you mean? Are you asking specifically about the playthrough and how we've received certain kills per average? Because it's not exactly the case. There's a lot of days where you just spent entire days doing nothing, like not killing zombies. We didn't do nothing. We did like fitness training or we were away from zombies. So, some days we kill 100 or a couple hundred. Some days we kill like none. Yeah, it'd just be a silly benchmark. What, to kill 20 zombies a day? Actually, it's not a very difficult number to hit. There's some people who can average hundreds of kills a day, average even more than that. It just depends, right? Um, and then from what I remember, the daily score right now, at least as far as I know, for Build 42's world record, kind of for daily kills, is like 1,300 zombies. It's like 1,345 or something like that, which would be held by, I think, Shivas or Twist, one of the two. But that said, it is possible to do a large amount of zombies like that. So, it's possible. I'm doing I'm just kind of going at my own pace though. I'm not like rushing to get like lots and lots of it, kills all at once. I'm just enjoying, vibing. It's still 1275. Okay, then it's Shivas that got 1345 or something like that. I seen a 1300 number on the daily kill count thing at one point in time. So, but yeah, it was just truly to satisfy your curiosity. Oh, okay. Well, there are other numbers that we've done in terms of totals, like, and then you can see like what is it like here these are the records from Build 41 if you want to sate curiosity on that, and then for the rat race specifically, you can actually have a look at the leaderboard, and like there's some more numbers. Enjoy. If you like numbers, there's some numbers for you. Build 41 scoreboard is a historical document now. It's meant to be for it's our history. Of course, it doesn't include everyone, but it does include quite a lot of the streamed runs. And then for the rat race leaderboard, I mean, that's our current one that we're currently running. But yeah, I agree with numbers being something that it's fun to have tickly numbers in the brain. Yeah, something like that. I think it's 13 something is the daily record for right now for Build 42. Something like that. I know Radford did a decent number for a daily kill total as well. I don't know what his was. don't remember. I think he's been taking a break from Zomboid. Yeah, Twist doesn't average a 300 plus a day. But that's because he's calling in all the zombies at all angles with his cars. His average will go down a little bit soon because he's gonna run out of zombies in his area, and then he's gonna have to move. So that's what's gonna happen is he's gonna move. And from what he told me just recently is he said that he was gonna go clockwise around the map. So chances are is he's gonna go up. He's gonna do probably a lot of Riverside and West Point, right? But mostly the Riverside area. So he's gonna start combing around the map like this, and then he's gonna return to this area, and then I think LV is gonna be his final battle. And he mentioned that he's gonna take a vehicle up this way and do that. Um, no, he said clockwise, right? So I think he's in Rosewood right now. So I think he's gonna go to Riverside and then he said clockwise, right? So that would be oh, sorry. So maybe he actually is gonna do Louisville first. So but I'm pretty sure Riverside is first on his list. So he'll do Riverside and probably a portion of Brandenburg. And then from there he'll be doing these and then roping around. Or maybe he's just gonna go straight for Louisville. Who knows? I don't know what their plans are. I just know that what my plan is that I'm currently, I'm gonna siege down Muldraw, and then after Muldraw, I think I'm gonna go. Either we'll do March Ridge or we'll do Rosewood, but by then I hope to have established the church in Muldraw, so we'll have one outpost, and then I'll probably do these ones. I want to save this one for last, though. Oh, you're gonna start your clock at Irvington. Okay, so you're gonna go Irvington and go clockwise from there. So that's why I okay, that's why I was like, oh, cause yeah, okay. So you're gonna do Irvington first. That makes more sense then, because I was sure you mentioned that you were gonna do this side of things as well. So I was like, I'm pretty sure that this is the last area you're gonna go visit. And are you doing the same thing, Twist? Hi, by the way. Hi, Twist. Are you doing the are you doing this like last? I think you said that you were gonna do this last as well, right? This is gonna be like your final trek down, kind of down, down, down. Or are you gonna do this earlier? Because this place is scary. But it's like this is like the one place that everybody's got to do for sure. Like it's because it's scary that it's fun. Oh, you're gonna do it first after Rosewood. Oh wow, that is a big surprise. I think it's gated off from Irvington. I would hope it is, because that place is scary. Maybe you should do it after Irvington. Like, you know what I mean? Because Irvington could squeak around this area here and bother you while you're there. It's not likely, but it could happen. Because a lot of Irvington should be caught here. And this is kind of like a loop. But I could see if it was being really annoying that it could leak over the sides. Yeah, I think that you're right. You're moving them out already, so they should be good. If it were me, I would do Irvington first. And if I'm going to do Irvington, I might as well do the rest of this upper area and circle around and do the whole thing. And then, I mean, then at that point, once you're done this whole side, you could go down there. But I don't know, it's hard. Definitely hard to see. And by the way, if you guys aren't following Twist, you should give Twist a follow because well, I mean, Twist is great. We rated in yesterday. We very much appreciate you. As well as there's a lot of other rat racers in the chat right now. We follow each other. Lots and lots of rat racers around, hanging out and stuff. Pachas. That place is so scary because it goes down so deep, right? And you would have to have multiple generators to cover the whole thing, I think. I think it would require multiple generators because it's too big, right? After the daily amount, it slows a little bit. Because by the time you finish all that other stuff, you'll be probably close to 600, 700,000 is what I'm going to guess. I think you'll be able to break 1 million before you even touch Louisville. Before you even look at Valley Station, you'll probably be basically at 1 million. And then Valley Station can be your victory lap. But yeah, shouldn't be too many out in those woods, but then what if the Irvington did leak over the side? Hard to say. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I figure there's got to be a lot behind the fences, and that one side that's on the military section, it'll just be a lot of zombies bunched up there. And I couldn't end up recreating those crashes, which is unfortunate. Don't know. So long as it doesn't crash on me anymore, I'd be hopeful. Fingers crossed. You haven't had any major crashes, have you? When they were zombing out. Yeah. That can be a bit annoying. I don't know if... Did they change any of the parameters around the zombie corpses? I don't think they did. But... At least you can leave the... Like, well, I guess you can't leave your area, but, like, you can kind of just leave it for a day, and they'll kind of... Some of them will... Because I think Rat Race is set to despawn corpses in 3 days, right? Or something like that? It's lighter, right? It's not as long. Is it 3 days? It might be longer. On these settings, Louisville's like 500k. And that's not counting the interiors. And that's actually a low ball estimate, probably. You could do half of this challenge just in LV alone. Yeah. And that's like I said, that's a lower ball estimate because but then again, maybe I don't know. How many of the heat map spots did they edit by Louisville? I don't know. if they culled some of the spots over there. I know that they definitely culled some of the spots over here because McCoy is barren and empty. I was sad to see McCoy be so empty. He was so devoid of zombie life. Well, before my arrival, of course. But yeah. Well, Twist is sitting at between 400 and 500k in just Rosewood, but that's technically he pulled the entire like this whole section of the map, like all this the resort, Muldraw, like he pulled like a lot of Doe Valley. Tons and tons got pulled over to Rosewood. Like it's due to a sound bug, kind of sort of. See, it's a strange sound bug that exists with you can see it in melee combat as well. Is where you attack and sometimes it triggers a much louder noise than intended. Or maybe it is intended, maybe it's an on-purpose thing for crits or something, I don't know. But it applies to all sound effects in the game. So it can boost sound effects to be really much noisier than they're supposed to be, and that includes cars. And when vehicles are already on times 10, like, you know, so it's even more. Can't use the garden trowel as a metal thing. It doesn't count. That's too many for your brain. It's too many for the game to load at once, just as a side note as well. The game struggles if you have more than a few thousand on screen, let alone if you tried to put 600k on screen. your computer will probably just explode. But in saying that, the game will crash long before that even happens, so don't worry about it. You have to, in order to play times 16, if you do not up your RAM, you will not be able to play times 16. That is just how it works. You need to up your RAM in order to play times 16. So if you haven't done that, I recommend doing that. Also, it's good to check the files every once in a while because sometimes it sets it back, especially when you verify integrity of cache. That said, though, veterans of Time 16 know this, so they make sure to keep their game somewhat capable as best as their computers can handle, right? But even with the best the best hardware, the game has its own limitations. It's not you can't go past a certain amount. And then the player character also has limitations. Like you can only kill like so many at a time. Even when you're pushing your limits and, you know, you have high weapon skills. I think there should be some kind of celebratory fanfare when both Twist and Shiva's combined total is over 1 million, by the way. We should definitely have some confetti or something ready for that. I can't be the only one that's thought that, right? That would be kind of cool. Because, like, currently, I think if you combine the totals of all of the Rat Race, members, have we broken 1 million? So far? Probably with the historical board we have. I'd have to go and look, though. You totally missed it. Yeah, we should have done something for it. I didn't even think about that stuff until just now. Like as a thought process. Although I did at the time when there were totals applied, because those totals existed in the initial, like we had in the initial board. Yeah, we broke 1 million a while back. We're at 1,200,000 and some odd thousand. Oh yeah, definitely. There's been more zombies killed total, like throughout because people have run the rat race multiple times, and as a result, they have like double body counts of zombies if you were to combine them, kind of deal, right? Which is kind of neat. Yeah, I'm just gonna pull these zombies over here, and then yeah, we'll do this group, and then we'll go back home. Okay. I wonder if in this universe Higgins could learn to play the drums. You think he'd be good at it? I don't know. I'm proud of our rat racers. His sword short blunt's not that bad. He's level 1. And I did that without any XP bonus. Because I was bonking stuff for fun. I can't even remember with what. I think I was using short bats for a little bit just to see how good they were. Without any skill. And I came to the conclusion that they were pretty good. And so you can mess around with them. I'm thinking I'm gonna add come a few more in-game days, we're gonna do some searching for some clay. And I'm going to see about making some simple forges. As much as I'd like to make more advanced forges, I just don't want to take the time to go and look for the leather. I'm just not interested. And do I really need the full-on forge? I don't think I do to make the metal knives that I want to make. So it's fine. We can just have the lower level forge for now. Too much effort. Not gonna bother. If I could repurpose that raccoon leather though, like into, and like I probably should go see if that's a possibility. If the raccoon leather does turn into medium leather. Because bellows is their, or a bellows. It's medium, right? Yeah, medium. We're almost at 2 million. That's crazy. I feel like we're doing pretty good. I'm sure the edge of the farm is over here, right? Well, there's a duplication block with the bellows specifically. Oh, really? There's another so what happens? Do you make the bellows and then suddenly there's another bellows? I mean, if you manage to make the first bellows, I kind of think it's fine. As much as that bug clearly isn't. It's a pain in the butt to make the first one. I still wouldn't want to use the duped bellows if there was more than one made. but I don't know. It wouldn't be cool. Like, it would be kind of awkward that it gave me a free one. So many dupe things sometimes. Oh, this is the wrong kind of bowl. That would require you to have a sledge, though, which is not particularly hard to get a hold of, I guess. We have 2. Hello. How goes Tim? Are you having a good day? How goes your RimWorld runs? You've been having a fun time, right? My day's been pretty good so far. Making good progress. You don't need a sledge. Oh yeah, you could go grab zombies and get them to break it, couldn't you? Because it counts as a player structure? Does that give you back items, though? You're back up to 5% RimWorld? Oh, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you're back up to your old game state that you used to play, and that is good. I have never played on RimWorld of that difficulty. The most that I launched the ship on what was it? I think it was Blood and Dust or something. I can't remember. So it's not even close. It's like a default difficulty, Cassandra. I think that's the most I've ever done. Aside from I did the royalty playthrough, but I didn't finish it. I had everything ready though to do that one. The ship defense is a slog. I mean, it was. I was sad because I lost my. So I got through that whole playthrough, that entire playthrough. I got through with my main 3, right? My main 3 pawns. And at during the ship defense, like protecting the core, we lost them. So I didn't get to, like, they didn't make it out. It was unfortunate, but you know, it happens. But we still launched the ship, but yeah, it didn't happen with the main 3. Everybody else got out though. And I didn't realize this, but I did the ship without boxing it in or anything. Like I didn't do just the core. I built the whole ship, and it was exposed and attackable and stuff. And there was one instance where we almost lost it, but thankfully the enemy didn't target the core right away and destroyed some of the side bits instead. So, but yeah, I didn't like box up the ship or anything. I built the whole thing because I thought you were supposed to. And then later I was told by one of my friends who plays a lot of RimWorld, they're like, yeah, you don't have to build the whole ship. I was like, what? You don't have to, wait a second, it's ship to the stars, but you don't have to build the whole thing? They're like, yeah, you just build the core and you put it in a box. I was like, that would have been nice to know. And I spent a large portion of my time defending that thing. And trying to get people away from it so they didn't blow it up. But I still count it as a win, even if I didn't get my main 3 out. RimWorld can be really hard. Yeah, tough game. And there's new indications of a new DLC. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I've heard there's new DLC for RimWorld on the way, which sounds really good. They usually add entire new gameplay mechanics in with it. I wonder what it's going to involve. It's going to be fun. Although I haven't finished my current DLC stuff, like I still need to finish the, I need to do an Arco Nexus, because I've never done that. I need to do a biotech playthrough where I actually try and do the whole biotech thing. Because I've put a little bit of time into biotech, but not very much, so I don't know anything really. And then I've never done Anomaly, but I've watched people play Anomaly a little bit, and it's been really cool watching that, like the invisible monsters and that go bump in the night, and monsters that can infiltrate your colony, and it's really cool. I like it. It's cool. Oh, I hope that that's the case, because that's one of the mechanics that I don't really like in the game. Because there's a lot of people that tell me when I'm playing that sort of stuff, it's like, oh well, why don't you just use the caravans to do X, Y, and Z? And it feels cheesy, especially for like abusing it for the encumbrance, like to undo encumbrance or to move a vast amount of items from one place to another and stuff like that. It just doesn't feel right to me. But that's just my own perspective. And then also the fact that when you go from node to area to civilizations you expect are going to be really awesome, right? Like you've been trading with these Empire folks that are fantastic. They're giving you all these cool items. And yet you go to their colony and their colony is just terrible. How on earth are they producing these items? With their ridiculously ragtag colony that doesn't even have any defenses at all and is like, you know what I mean? Because I'm sure you've seen it too. It's like what? How are these items coming from there? You got to suspend disbelief a little bit. Yeah, Tim comes around sometimes. Tim is great. If you guys aren't following Tim, you should follow Tim. Tim is great. I met Tim through one of my friends. I'm pretty sure I met you through Snoot, if I remember right, but I'm unsure if that's where our first interaction was. But I'm pretty sure, like something like that. But Tim's played PZ as well. I've seen Tim play PZ, and I've been impressed. Yeah, Snoot's amazing. Yeah, generally speaking, actually, it's really funny how much the RimWorld and PZ communities intermingle a little bit because they're both really difficult games, but they're very different in the ways that they're difficult, and as a result, you get similar players jumping between each, right? So it is kind of cool. A lot of the folks from the, like, I don't know everybody from the RimWorld community, obviously, but I know some. Yeah, a little bit of overlap because they're both relatively tough games. They have a steep learning curve to some degree, and then they get fairly simplistic when you understand the intricacies, right? Because like I mean, put the pointy end in the zombies is really not that hard to understand. Same as RimWorld with the whole, raids come in this way. It's all linked to your wealth, etc., etc. Depending on your playstyle and also what other things you have involved in your playthrough. Because you can kind of customize them in the same way that you can customize Zomboid, right? Raccoon leather is counted as small leather, and that breaks my heart just a little bit. Unfortunate. Because there's, as far as I'm aware, no way to stitch two leathers together. So you can't make two small leathers into a medium. You can cut a leather down, though. Whoa. Once you have your coonskin cap, what else do you need? I don't know. More Spiffo burgers, I guess? Coonskin caps for everybody else? There's that new event with the mannequins being in one of the storage units. Maybe you get a coonskin cap for every single one of those mannequins. I don't know. See how many you can coat down the road of Muldra. Every single tile has its own coonskin cap. I used to know somebody who used to be scared of mannequin. I don't expect they very much would like PZ. I may try eventually to do 500% RimWorld, although I do remember playing a one RimWorld challenge that was like that, and it was really, really hard to survive the what's it called? It was it was a Rim Cup challenge that Coaster had invited me to play. And you had to like keep a monkey alive too, and that was a huge problem. Trying to keep a monkey alive. So often the monkey kept getting eaten by things. Like it would just get like I couldn't keep predators on the map because if they would eat the monkey. We barely do the 220. I mean, I like playing, what's it called? But I find that the Blood and Dust setting is very comfortable to play on. But if I'm looking for a challenge in the future, scaling up to that difficulty would be fun. It'd be kind of like going from, you know, times 4 to times 10 on, or times 16 on PZ, right? Because times 4 is still a lot. It is like a sizable amount. It's the start of CDDA. If you've ever played the CDDA mode, it's times 4 to start. And then that one scales to times 6, right? Of course, the difference being, I guess, is the CDDA mode has respawns turned on. So it's always good to keep an eye on your back. Although, the way that respawns work is you should never have zombies appear like just magically around your character. So long as you're doing patrols, you can keep respawns down. Because it's 10% every 3 days on the default settings, which means that no cell is going to get crazy, like, unless you're living in Louisville. And if you are living in Louisville, it's very easy to seal Louisville up so that it's not producing zombies anymore. You can actually lock out the respawns. Okay. Get a little bit more rest in. Okay. I can take this whole group, but not that whole group. Calm down. We still haven't made it to winter? I mean, you can get there. It just takes practice, that's all. Minimizing little mistakes, and eventually you reach it. And so long as I don't mess up here in the near future, we'll be making it through our second winter here in 6 more in-game days. How many winters total have I survived in at this point? Hard question to answer, because what do you consider cryo winter? Is it like multiple winters? Does it count as like a winter every summer, and then like when it reaches its winter, is that 2 winters, or does it count as just 1 winter the whole time? Where? I think I'd just count cryo winter as 1 big winter. Maybe count its winter as 2 winters. Because those were the coldest temperatures in PZ I've ever seen. And I would never play it again. Not to that level. I would play Cryo Winter like the normal Cryo Winter, but I am never putting it up to its maximum ever again. It was unpleasantly like cold to a degree that was just not good. Yeah. Too much cold. Like yeah, I don't think I'll ever do that again. I like this style of gameplay and even like it was too much. It was too much of this style of gameplay. That's not to state there's not someone out there that likes that to that degree. No, it was minus 177 Celsius. So I guess if you do Fahrenheit, then probably. But yeah, it was minus 177 Celsius. It was the coldest weather that it got. And we survived it. We survived the whole winter. We got into spring, and I was thanking my stars that it was minus 90 Celsius. I was like, oh, it's warm day. I get to move around. Yeah, it was great. I liked that. It was fun. Now we're like in these particular temperatures, like it's not too bad. We're also wearing like quite warm clothing, and yet it feels like colder than cryo sometimes. It's weird. Definitely odd, to say the least. I'm gonna go put one of these bowls in the backpack. Because these bowls are better than the clay bowls. There's no space? That's not true. There's plenty of space. I was gonna say. Okay, so then it's been mistaken then. That's good. I'm glad that's been fixed. I wouldn't want more duplication bugs. I'm content with the amount we have. I'm actually hoping a lot of the duplication bugs get fixed. Or, you know, the craft bugs. Because somebody said that for the liquids in the crucible currently, like the metal liquids, the molten, like the metal, um, that can be fixed with like maybe 5 lines of code is what they said. Now that maybe they were exaggerating, but that's what I've heard, is that 5 lines of code fixes that, and then it's good. I don't know if that's 5 lines per type of metal or, but still. Yeah, you get happy. Trust me, when you can move around in cryo winter, like I was not like I was at just the cold Moodle. Sometimes I could get as warm as the chilly Moodle, and I was so happy. Cuz I spent like majority of the time in tier 3 cold and tier 2 cold. So it just is it's tough. It's not easy playing cryo. At that level of and then constant storm on top of it, right? So it's like always windy, always storming. There were days though where like so the way that the constant storm worked was it would storm and then it would take a day, like there would be like a day before the next like big storm, and then it would just keep doing that. And then sometimes you would get a tropical storm, but it would be the snow variant, so it'd be like the blizzard, like tropical blizzard, which was kind of cool because it'd be even more snowy. But there were days where you would have like a day of reprieve from like to breathe a little from the storm, and you had to make that day count. Get your push in during that day, because the next day it's gonna be storming and you know it. We're looking for berries. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, remember when the zombies burned down my base? Ah. And then that was the Leona Hefner playthrough. Or Leona? I can't remember. But but that was when I died to the corpse sickness. Was that playthrough? They burned down my base. And in the next one they didn't. Cuz we did one more successful run. And that other run went longer than Leona Hefner. We survived the entire year, and then I'm pretty sure we died in the spring, or yeah, the spring, because we were pushing we were pushing the campus, the university campus. I was looking forward to getting books. How can a zombie burn down your base? In that playthrough, I needed to stay near fires. The way that playthrough worked is I actually was going as far as to use my characters. I would get queasy intentionally so that I could gain heat. I would make sure my character was really thirsty and tried to sate their hunger as often as possible so we had the maximum amount of heat. As well as I got the warmest clothes I possibly could find, which ended up being the ranger outfit. And it was in Raven Creek, which is where Irvington is now. And I had little fires dotted along the way to be my warming spots so that I could eventually get to the houses where there was a wood burning stove, right? And anyways, what happened was in the Leona Hefner playthrough, I was warming myself by the fire, and several zombies showed up, and I couldn't do anything about it because I was cold, and I was exerted, and I needed to rest to warm up, right? So they showed up, they stood in my fire, and I had to run away. So I ran away, and when I came back, they'd burned down my whole home, and they burned it all. They burned down the home, they burned down the side house, they burned it all. Anyways, I cleaned them out. I made a little tiny shack that was attached to my little house, and then the way that you got into that little house was you had to climb into it from above. So I was like, but it was attached to the house. Now I forgot that how corpse sickness worked at the time. Or at least or either that or I thought that it would be okay because it counted as an interior. So it was inside. I had a little fire next to my tent. So I started the fire, went to sleep. I killed there was several hundred zombies that were outside. So my character got corpse sickness and died as a result. There's a clip of it on my channel somewhere. I could take a second to find it, but it's somewhere in the clip section. I died to corpse sickness in that cryo winter run, and in the one that beat it, I died to not getting up fast enough. So what happened is in the one that actually survived the year, I crouched outside. I didn't need to crouch outside, but I did. I crouched outside of my walls and was just recovering my stamina while fast forwarding, right? Common thing that I do. You guys see me do it all the time. Now, however, as my character was really tired and a zombie came up on my flank, so before I could react, the zombie grabbed and bit me right away. So before I could stand up. Oh yeah, Zomboid does that. Sometimes Zomboid, you go on a journey, and it is so fun. I use the same strategy for both methods, though, because it's the only strategy that really would probably... There's a couple of strategies that would work in Time 16 Raven Creek, but the thing is I didn't know the area. I was brand new to Raven Creek. I was trying like 4 challenges at once. So what happened was we were doing a 0 to hero. We were doing Raven Creek Time 16, which like I said, I didn't know the routes to Raven Creek. I was brand new to that map. we were doing Cryo Winter set to its max, so hard and Endless Storm. Um, and then also, what was the other thing that we added? There was something else that was involved. It was like a 4-part challenge run. It was really really fun. It's on my VODs channel if you guys want to watch that one. It's kind of neat, or speed through it or whatever. I like that one. It was fun. My other playthroughs are there as well as my personal best, as well as the Special Effects Higgins playthroughs on there, and eventually the Rat Race will be on there as well. Um, but the thing is I kind of, it depends. I upload the VODs as quickly as I can, but I also like the thumbnails and stuff to be nice. I know they don't need to be, but I like them to be. But yeah, there's a lot of playthroughs on there that are really fun. My PB Sprinters run is on there too. That was hard to survive. We got to 2,000 sprinter kills. Or something like that. Riverside. Don't remember the settings. I think it was like... It wasn't like times 16, but it was still decent pop. Yeah, it's nice having those kinds of goals and having those kinds of playthroughs because they're good stories to tell later, right? Mm. Yeah, we're gonna need to come back here. Or maybe not. I don't want to go to the north. I like the amount that we get from this farm. But the thing is that if I keep coming back here, it's not going to give me as much. Hey, look, deer. You're not going to let me catch you, are you? I can't catch you. And I don't have anything to lure you. Yeah, we don't have any, I don't have any veg to lure them. I don't think you can lure them with berries either. And they might be able to, though. I've not really tried luring very much. From what I've heard, it's very buggy. I kind of am avoiding it a little bit. But I'm gonna need the leather. Because if I can get the leather, I can skip right to the advanced forge. I don't need too much. Hey, look, it's Wick. Hey, Wick, how goes? You having fun playing Valheim last I seen, but maybe, no wait. It wasn't Valheim. It was it the Division? No. Let me guess. Before I see, I'm gonna final answer of a Division. Oh, you're playing Roadcraft. That's right. Oh, darn it. I should have. Yeah, in State of Game. Yeah, yeah. The Dyson Sphere. Yeah. Okay. No, I was wrong. I was like, I. I remember because was watching you because of the Roadcraft, and then also, yeah, okay. I should have. I knew these answers. I could have. Oh, darn it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, you've been playing lots of things, and yeah, it's I've been enjoying what I watched you and Real both play Roadcraft, and then I did watch you play a little bit of
You're
the State of Decay
amazing.
stuff, which is fun, and then Dyson Sphere program. I kind of vaguely remember some of that, but it's like I didn't really fully understand what was going on, so it's like it's one of those weird ones, you know. But yes, that's it. Hi, Wick. I do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully, you had a good stream and that you're gonna get some good self care slash rest and such. I tried. I tried so hard and I got so far, but in the end, you know, it kind of mattered, I guess. Yeah. But yes, I'll do my little intro thing so folks can get to know me. Um, Hello. Yes. But yes, if you guys aren't following Wick, definitely follow Wick. Wick plays a bunch of things, lots and lots of stuff. I've seen him play tons, from XCOM to Division to Zomboid. He's a really like been playing Zomboid quite a lot. He had a run that was really going super duper good in Build 41, as well as most notable for challenges like the Insurgent Challenge and those kinds of things. Yes. But yeah, hopefully you've been having fun. I've been playing this and I've been dabbling a little bit in variety. Mostly, I would say that I'm a Zomboid Plus streamer, though, in the sense that I play mostly Project Zomboid, but sometimes I play other things. What's this? That is a frog noise that goes Ribbit. Because I gave you guys a frog noise. Because why not? Ribbit. Yes. But yeah, I've been playing the rat race. This is my technically my seventh attempt. But it's my third attempt. My first attempt died to an axe miss. I swung and I missed. This one is my third successful breakaway. Ooh, Raven Creek got updated. I didn't hear about that, but then that is cool if it did. But yes. You're still waiting for some stuff to button up. Me too, kind of. Like, there's certain aspects of the game that I'd like to see improved on, but you know how it is. It's like, wait a second, you're okay. So you want me to take my glasses off and put on the same pair? That's what I'm to understand, right? So take my glasses off and put on the same pair, like that, right? Okay. There's a 42 version of Raven Creek. Okay, cool. That's neat. It's good to hear. What else? I haven't actually done anything like that in the last little while. Like the most that I've done is the rat race, but I haven't really looked at the new modded maps. Although I was never big on doing the modded maps myself. I did Raven Creek, but does it overwrite Irvington? Probably not. If I had to guess, they probably just pushed it further south, right? That's if I had to guess. There's a lot of open space on the map now, you guys. Like here, can I open the map and show people? Okay, here, I'll have you, like, have you guys seen? Here, I'll put it like this. Um, You see this triangle here? This is the biggest thing that I can make in terms of map markers, right? This is the biggest map marker I can make. Compared to my player character, which is right here. So you see that pixel? That red pixel there? Here, let's symbols triangle. This triangle is the biggest I can make, right? And if we look down here, I'm pretty sure it's down here somewhere. Where would I have put it? Okay, check this out. Watch. That's the biggest triangle. That's the biggest thing I can make, right? Look. Look how much extra space there is in this map right now. Like, look at this. Look how far it goes. Oh. And there's the corner, or there's one edge. That's how far it takes me to get to one edge. It's enormous. They made the map gargantuan. There's tons of space for Raven Creek, as well as you could probably put another you could probably put a lot of a lot more things here too. It's huge. Like I said, that's the biggest map marker that I can make, and it goes on for ages. Like here, I wonder if it'll do it justice if I. Where did it go? There it is. Okay, here, watch. So if I hit C, it's gonna slowly it'll trace transfer my camera back. Watch. Boom. But yeah, tons of space. Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably so the map makers can kind of just paste their stuff around and feel a little bit more comfortable. As well as if they themselves want to add more stuff, could you imagine if they added procedurally generated stuff or so what you're saying is that we'll have look, not just Kentucky. We want the world. We've been wanting to do it forever. Let's be honest. PZ has affected the world in that way. We want the whole world. One day it'll be possible. Could you imagine slow trekking across Kentucky going north and just keep going? You can't even, it would be insane if there was random gen for towns and they just they have maybe a fire department, a police station, a hospital, small residential section, small commercial district, randomized. Sometimes they have a video store, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they have a, comic book shop or other things. It'd be kind of neat. Just casually picked Illinois. Yeah. Yeah. Wick's got it. If you need self-care though, Wick, you should maybe, if you're more than welcome to stay. I'm not kicking you out, but also if you need self-care. You're always welcome, of course. But I don't want you to feel like you have to be, there's no forced to stay and chat. I had to run over to the farm and hope that berries are still a thing. But yes. I am glad that you're enjoying your variety. Yeah, no, I know. Chances are there somebody, I can't remember who it was, but somebody was talking I heard recently that it's if you still had energy you'd be streaming with it kind of deal, which is neat. It's a neat thought process. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So people can there's always those down moments though where you'll be able to hang out and stuff. Plus, who knows, maybe collab. You could always consider it. I don't know in what way, but there's always collabs that are possible. Maybe when multiplayer drops. Get all the veterans together and just wipe out the whole map. I really wish I could catch these bunnies. Oh yeah. I think that's the thing, is we're always looking forward to something in that regard. But just... Oops. Hopefully we find some berries, and then I'm pushing the rest of Muldroth, so we should be able to get that done here soon. But could you imagine pre-made scenarios where you could kind of like... It's kind of like... It's why everybody like, or they're sorry, not everybody, but a large amount of folks really like the week 1 mod, is because, like, I mean, it breathes life into the game in a different way and gives you an end goal, right? There is a goal to week 1. Britas. It's not a hot take. Lots of people like Britas, and some of the best players I know have successfully done really, really good kill counts with Britas, and then ran out of ammo completely, and were forced to kind of melee their way to everything. Have I played faster than light? Yes. I've beat the flagship a handful of times, but I'm not particularly like the best at it. I do like fail that game quite a lot. It's a tough game, but I've played games like that, like The Binding of Isaac, Faster Than Light. I'm trying to think of other ones. I played Rebirth a little bit. Enjoyed the greed mode. I 100%ed the first Binding of Isaac, which it's a tough thing to do, and I don't recommend it. Like, it felt like RNG was required to 100% that game. You've done 36 total runs and 4 victories. I don't remember how many times I've played Faster Than Light. I know I unlocked all the ships. I think I did. I don't remember. But I like games like that. I like games like Starbound, No Man's Sky, those kinds of games. And then, I like games like this that are like, Zomboid or Minecraft or RimWorld. Games that are difficult in their own right and that you can kind of scale the difficulty to as hard as you want. Sandbox style games, right? You kind of make your own world and decide what you want to do. But yeah, the randomness can be really fun. I never played mods with that, no. The most modded I've ever played is Minecraft. I was getting into my mods a little bit with Skyrim, but not very deep. I never ever did Elsewhere. Like, I was gonna do Elsewhere, but I never ever did Moon Past Elsewhere. And I'd only modded it a little bit. So, like, mostly just inventory stuff to make the things look a little nicer. I played Dwarf Fortress. Not well. So yes, you are not wrong. I did play Dwarf Fortress, but not well. My dwarves, they did some dumb stuff involving water, if I remember correctly. But yes, I have played a little bit of Dwarf Fortress. I was much more... Like, my big 3 games right now, my top 3 most played games are Minecraft, number 1. Number 2 is Overwatch, and number 3 is PZ. So Project Zomboid has overtaken all my other games as my 3rd most played game. With I'm cresting into the 5 to 6K range for PZ hours at this point. But it's going to be a while before it overtakes Overwatch, because Overwatch I had about roughly above 14,000 hours in, and Minecraft I'm sitting at around 40K. So it's like, it's going to be a while. And most of those are approximations. They're not exactly... You've never played Minecraft? So yes, I have. I used to stream it. And I have actually streamed it once before with Karumi and Elm. We played a little bit of it. It didn't do particularly well because it's been a long time since I played it, and the reason being is that I've been out of the loop for Minecraft for quite some time. It's one of those things that where if I was going to get back into Minecraft, I'd have to really sit down and restudy kind of thing. Like look at some of the mods, look at some of the patches. I don't know enough about it anymore. I've been out of the loop for too long. It was still fun to play though for a short time. I think we did like 2 streams. Yeah, there's so much stuff. It's just overwhelming. Like there's like axolotls and llamas and a bunch of other things and that. You followed me pretty late. In fairness, my stream on Twitch hasn't really it started to take off a little bit a couple of years ago when I started PZ. So it just and just it's been like that since. So I enjoy it. I think it's good. Maybe that comes through. Maybe people can see it. But still, I enjoy the variety as well. Spice of life. But yeah, you wouldn't really remember that Minecraft stuff very much. Not unless you're really, really old for my channel. Because I took a year off of streaming on Twitch at one point. And then I didn't stream on Twitch at all for a few years, actually. If you were to trace me back, though, as far as you can possibly go, I've been in the streaming world for roughly between, just over 12 years. I don't know the exact number, and that doesn't include when I was a viewer, because I was a viewer before I was a streamer. But I've been at it for a while. Did it mostly as a hobby. And then it's only now in this current time that I'm starting to decide that it might be possible to do as a profession, maybe. Maybe. In the future here in a couple of months when I move in with Emma and we set up a schedule and do those kinds of things. I'm looking forward to it. I really can't wait to be with Emma, and it's been my aspiration for many years, so hopefully we hit those goals and achieve. Yeah, I remember when it rebranded to Twitch from Justin TV. I'm not that old though. Like I joined just after that. So I am old, but I'm not that old. But I do remember Justin TV, and I remember Own 3D, and I remember the original reason why Twitch got popular in the first place. I was there for that. So the original reason why Twitch got popular in the first place was because Own 3D, back in the old times, weren't paying their streamers. Like, their streamers weren't making money because Own 3D wasn't paying them. Twitch did pay. So the streamers went over to Twitch because of that. And then that's the birth of, like, progression to Twitch. That was essentially the history of Twitch, of why things became that way. If that's a link, we can't see it, remember. Links are not available in the chat. It comes up as 3 asterisks, so don't worry about it. Because people stream movies? Yeah. The other one that you just mentioned is FTL and steroids. I mean, I might give it a try. I don't know. It's one of those things that wears. Yeah, it was Justin TV before. I remember those days. But not, like, I wasn't interested in back then until like I said, I used to watch streamers before I became a streamer. And actually I was nudged into it. Who was Justin? I think Justin TV was the person who's one of the people who started it. I don't know them personally, but I do remember that just at the time, some of the streamers I used to watch were on Own 3D, and I used to also enjoy YouTube content back then. And in Own 3D, like I said, they weren't paying their streamers, and it was like the streamers were getting upset. They were getting stressed because their bills were due, and like I mean, they if your internet bill comes due and you can't pay it, what happens? There goes your income and there goes everything, right? So like there was a lot of stress and a lot of issues at that time, and some of our the streamers I knew back then were you know so it was at a time when streaming was not popular already, and it needed that sort of boost to, and Twitch was there for them essentially, and there you go. It grew from there and evolved and got bigger, and back then the moderation was terrible. There was horrible moderation back then. That said, though, it's improved significantly since the old days. A lot of things are better off than they were, um, especially in terms of just overall adjustments that they've made. They've made a lot of good strides, I feel, comparatively. The initial reason why I left Twitch, was because the streamers that I used to watch on Twitch were gone. Me as a streamer on Twitch was having problems with moderation, and I was offered partnership somewhere else. So I took it back then. So I left the platform as a result of that, and then later I came back because, things move forward, platforms come and go. That's the nature of that. And then I left streaming for a year and decided that might have even, I don't know. It was a strange time. I was actually on the verge of maybe considering gaming. Like I'd lost, it was right around the time with when Overwatch decided to change itself to Overwatch 2 and a lot of that stuff. I was starting to really be lost in gaming. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and as a result, I was actually going to be Oh, BRB. Oh, it's ads. That's stupid. Ah, if I'd noticed that, I would have. Do I have snoozes available? No, I'm almost always out of those. Sorry, I'll wait. I'll continue my stuff. But yeah. The longest story short of it is that Twitch has gotten better over the years. Um, it's Yeah, I'm gonna keep yapping, but I'm gonna kind of leave pieces of the origin story, which, like, I mean, it comes up sometimes. People are curious, well, how, where somebody's come from, kind of deal, and that sort of thing. And it's interesting because it's one of those things where, like, I mean, I've seen quite a lot, and then also I'm not very good at some things as a result. Like, I have aversions in, like, to social media, for example, and a few other things that make me kind of less good as a content creator. And I'm aware of those things. I'm hoping that I can maybe push past some of it in the near future. We'll see. Just, I don't like those places because they're angry a lot of the time and full of people that are aggressive. Yeah, but that said, it's one of those things that's neat. I've been around the streaming world for a long time. I've seen a lot of folks. And I'm happy to know the people I know now. The people I know now are fantastic people, and the people I used to know are, whom I still consider my friends, are, although they've gone and they've moved on with their lives to a certain degree, whether they still play the old games or not, they're still good people, and I still like them. Like old friends like Sko and tons of great folks. If they were to message me now, I'd be happy to see them, kind of thing. That said, though, The yeah, it's one of those things where anyways, going back, I don't remember where I was in my place, but I'll just kind of go back in my mind a little bit. And coming back to Twitch, I took streaming off for a year, and then I came back to Twitch. And when I came back, I had stumbled into PZ more deeply than I thought I would, kind of thing, because basically I had seen a goal and wanted to achieve it. I seen the picture for the 700k kills, and I was like, I want to try and go for that. Oh, obviously I didn't succeed, but it was fun to go for it. And then I've had tons of different playthroughs since then, and it's been kind of really nice. Um, and I've got to meet quite a lot of folks as a result of just PZ and other games from there that stemmed from there. So yeah, the picture that I seen that kind of spurred me back into gaming, because like I was going to say, I almost quit gaming entirely at one point in time because I probably still would have gamed with Emma, but the thing is I would have opted out of it entirely and fully focused on my business instead of gaming, I think, had I not stumbled upon a goal and things in the way that I did. Because I had, I ended up finding that picture. It was the picture of the 10-year game. Lamprey's offline 10-year, 700 and some odd thousand kills. The 10-year one, right? I was like, that seems like a cool goal. I want to go for that. And then I ended up, trying to go for that on the Blood Bank Light settings, kind of. Trailing far behind both Twist and Lamprey at the time, because Lamprey was on his big run, his 954k run, and Twist was on his, I think he did, I can't remember, I think he did like 500 to 600k on that run. But I was the behind them, following along and just doing the best I could, right? And that's when I went on my PB, which is this run. That's that run, which is the most zombies I've ever killed in PZ. But and my accomplishments on Twitch are that I was the third person on time 16 to complete the Crossroads Mall. So I got the bronze. I got the bronze medal, and no one can take it away from me. But yeah. Oh, this is a coincidence and sort of lull, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of neat. But yeah, it's one of those things where, yeah. So you can relate there, sweetie, can't you? The stumbling into PZ and then falling in down the deep well that it can be. It's a fun game, absolutely phenomenal, and it can be as deep as you want it to be. So, like, I mean, obviously it's gotten to be that way for me, and I'm really keen. And I still like it and still love it, and I'm enjoying it. Mr. Lamprey? Yeah, Lamprey. I can appreciate Lamprey for getting me into PC the way that I have been in it. And then from there, I can appreciate the folks that I've met. Rural, Twist, I could go on and list a ton of names. Wick, Buzz, Karumi. Tons and tons of people. And if I didn't mention a name, it's not because I'm not recognizing them. It's just that so many amazing people. PZ community has been a warm embrace from what I thought was a large amount of folks were well, because I'd been a part of the Minecraft community before, remember? Comparatively to the Minecraft community, the PZ community is very mature and very... It could be because they're different styles of game. I don't really know. Maybe it's because PZ requires a little bit more patience. But And that's not me knocking the Minecraft communities, because they have aspects of their communities that are really mature. It's just that it comes coupled with a lot of the stuff that's immature as well. Yeah, less screaming, more vibe and chill. I used to like hang out with a lot of the old Minecraft modders and like because I used to be very much into modded Minecraft. Like a lot of the deep packs, like the old Icy One and stuff like that. Um, Greg Tech, Tech It, etc. I could list off a bunch of names, but it would be only relevant really to folks that were around back then or know of said folks, right? But yeah. Frog with a hat. Yes, indeed. I also have a hat, but it's not on right now. Chat's borrowing it. That clip is brutal. I mean, it's okay. At the time, I was really happy. You got to remember that that was my personal best at the time, and every single day was a blessing because every single day that I streamed that run, I was setting a new personal best. So I was like really happy about it. When it ended, I was both a little bit sad, but a little bit like really relieved as well. Well, big relieved, and then little relieved as well because I had work things going on at that moment in time that were going to be taking me away from playing that run. So I was going to be stepping away for several days, several weeks, can't remember, but I was really pleased with the progress we made. And although had I have taken a little more care in that katana nimble action, if we were to have survived that day, I was going back to West Point. We would have made 3 cakes, and I don't know when I would have died in that run if we had not died at that point. I do not know where we would be. And I'm not the biggest fan of doing what ifs. Like, I'll do what ifs a little bit, but I prefer to be where I'm standing now than thinking about what if. Because it's cool to know the history and it's cool to know all that stuff, but I also don't want to dwell on it, you know? Cool to go over it in nostalgia, though, like I am now for a lot of stuff. And I've met the PZ elitists, or at least quite a few of them, and it can be interesting. In fairness, a lot of them don't really go for really high kill counts either, though. Which is the strangest thing, right? They're elitists, and they judge people for having high kill counts, but they don't go for the high kill counts themselves. Not usually. There are always exceptions to the rule. Just because somebody's nice does not necessarily mean they are not an elitist. They could have views that they tuck away. But that's not a bad thing. You gotta help me. Too nice. Too nice. But yeah, it's one of those things that it varies. It varies from person to person, right? I'm talking majority, though. Majority. The PZ community, for the most part, is fairly wholesome, and it does have its times where it's a little bit strange, like on the Reddit. A little weird on there. But Yeah, it's one of those things, right? I mean, every community has its little bit of extremes. And it's drama. Oops. Yeah, PZ's been good. I do enjoy a lot of stuff, though. I am keen. We'll go on many adventures together. At some point. And I'm really looking forward to being able to have frogs. And post those. Because I'm sure folks will like to see frogs. It'll make Emma happy too. And that's the big thing. The TZ Discord's a nice balance, though. I've seen some stuff in the PZ Discord that's made me kind of be a bit nervous sometimes. But that said, though, it does seem nicer than the Reddit. I do like the way they have some things set up in there, though. It makes me wonder, though, if it's, Shit, that's true. You make a good point. Comparing Discord to Reddit. Not a good call. Yeah, you're right. I do agree with you that it's not a good call. Yeah, so we'll clear this group out because I want to make sure that this group's done, but I also need to go get more food. Ooh, pretty nice. Yeah, I suppose it can vary. Yes. Let's get rid of some of these. Okay, are we good? We're good. Let's go. Hello. Ooh. A key to the diner. I mean, okay. Alrighty. Respawn zombies are off because it's the rat race. It's time 16. We don't need much more zombies than we have. No, there's nobody's ever killed the full map before. It's not been possible at the moment. Well, I mean, it's been possible, and I mean, in theory, you could clear the whole map. It's just nobody's ever done it. You're right. There's snow in between the zombies. I'm not doing a good job. My apologies. I should really work on my my sorting. Get them a little bit more in the in-between. We gotta go back, though. Is a beautiful road. Thank you. I thought the outskirts of Wild Edges were procedurally generated infinite land. No. But yeah, currently you can reach the edge of the world in you know, the apparent edge of the world. You know. Tis one of those things, right? Eventually they'll do procedurally generated though, probably. More than likely. I would guess. Let's go and tuck ourselves in for an in-game nap. Look, it's a raccoon. We're making good progress, though. The reason why I locked the door is because the zombies have cognition. They can open the door. So if the door is locked, they struggle to open it. Or at least they should. I actually don't know if they can just open that door from the one side. They might be able to. Haven't tried it. Don't know. It would be awkward because I don't have the key for this place. So if I were to try and hop out the window and try. You like ragdoll? I don't know what that means. Oh, do you mean do I like the new ragdoll mechanics? I think that they're nice and that they're fun and that they're jovial, but so yeah, I would say yes. Yes, I do. I think that they're fun. Are they a necessity for the game? Don't know. I want to see other progress stuff, obviously, but that's just my own preference. Just don't hold that against the devs. They're a great bunch of folks, but it's like, I mean, yeah, ragdolls. I was in when I seen ragdolls were available. I was like, that's interesting. I guess it's one of those things where I would, eh, you know, I, it's one of those scenarios. I could take them or I could leave them. It doesn't matter to me. They're not a preferred thing that I care about in the game. The things I enjoy in the game are not in that realm. But I think that they're fun. So yeah, I would say yes, but with an asterisk. It's turned off for you. In my opinion, it's one of those settings that you should be able to adjust in the sandbox options, whether you want to have ragdolls throughout or not, and then go from there. I have, in my playthroughs, I don't expect that I would care so much about ragdolls, although I would like the sprinter running to be applied to shamblers, like, where they just eat it sometimes. I would love to see that happen every once in a while in a run. Just like the shambler walking along and it just steps wrong on the curb and just down. That would be funny. I would like that very much. That said, though, do I care so much about ragdolling things myself? Less so. It's silly and it's fun and it's jovial for a bit, but like I said, it's one of those things that I could see it wearing like fairly quickly. Yeah, it's novel. Randall is novel. Yeah, I agree with you that ragdolling is novel. Don't worry. I got you. I know what you meant, and I agreed. Yeah, I'm sure they'll give a lot of work towards it, which is good, but like I said, um, it's not my preferred thing for me. And I'd like to see flow changes in the other aspects of the game, of course, and such, right? So I'm no knock to that dev, of course. It's just it's not for me, right? Those kinds of gameplay aspects are for other people. Interesting. Because I see those as fun for a little bit, but then, like, it's short-lived fun, right? Because then you see them topple around for a little while, and it's fun, it's... But I don't see me... Like, could you imagine doing that for, like, let's say, 40 hours? 100 hours? For some folks, yeah, they totally could. But I can't see myself doing that for 100+ hours. Knocking over zombies and watching them ragdoll. I could see my doing it like little bits here and there, and it'd be funny for some, but yeah. Oh yeah, when they're all together, maybe it'll be a lot better, sort of like pull everything together kind of thing. I can agree with that. Especially with the other devs are working on the other things, because they did add in a lot of flow changes to the crafting, and they added in burlap, and they added in like a lot of things got adjustments, and it's all in positive ways. They fixed the debris, they adjusted some bugs, they did some bug fixing. Like they did a lot of good things. Build 42.8 is my favorite patch update so far. And I can't say the same for build 42.7. Build 42.7 was a step down for me. But the reason it was because I felt like a lot of things were gated off and a lot of things like broke in kind of bad ways. And that's why I didn't like that patch as much. This patch, though, has been fantastic. I love this patch comparatively. It's my favorite patch so far. That said, before this patch, I suppose I liked, I think 42.1 was a really good patch. Because when you seen that big old patch list drop, it was huge. And it was like, they worked so hard on it. And you could see how hard they worked. It was, and no, I'm not saying that they're not now. They totally are. Same level of care and everything is going into things now. It's just the size and scope of that patch, or that patch update, was so surprising for the PZ community. Like, everybody was talking about how much they'd done. And it rippled throughout the community as they work really, really hard and they're trying their best. But yeah, so if you had to ask me which patches have been my favorite so far since the release of 42, aside from the release itself, because the release itself I was hype, obviously. Over the moon, couldn't care less about having blacksmithing working properly. I was just happy to have 42. But I liked 42.1, 42.8 so far is my favorite though. And especially as they're improving it, you know, with the iterations, 42.8.1, 42.8.2, if they're doing a 22, I don't know if they are. They might just be waiting for 42.9. And I expect that they're going to do 42.10, 42.11, by the way, for those that were asking about that earlier. At least that's how I see it. Because it makes sense that they would do it that way. It's the same way that Minecraft and a lot of other styles do theirs. But they could change like the orientation. Maybe they'll put it in different spots or adjust it. I don't know. I am not a game dev. But I can give opinions and thoughts as a game player. And the aspects of somebody with a crafting mind. Somebody with a mind that likes to organize stuff. And somebody who's a little bit weird and likes to clean. Because I like cleaning as well in this and those kinds of things. You know, having more spaces to sort, organize, and adjust. Compress and all of that. A lot of folks, well, not a lot of folks. There were folks that were like kind of less excited about the boxes and stuff, and I like those. I think it's neat to be able to compress things into like storage containers and like rag piles and stuff. It also lightens the load on the game itself when you compress items like that. So like instead of having 12, you know, a 1,000 rags on the ground, if you had some rag bundles and only kept a few rag bundles around, well, then you've compressed them in. Each rag bundle is 12 rags, and you've compressed them out a bit. Although I would remove some of the crafting times on some things, because I kind of miss being able to craft watches into electrical scrap a lot quicker. I've noticed myself not wanting to do it unless it's a rainy day now, because it takes so much longer to build up your electrical that way. So I do things in more of a bulk form now. But even then, it becomes kind of tough sometimes to force yourself to grab the watches and then bring them back. Because it's like I'm carting extra loot, right? Not the same for someone who's like, let's say, a loot goblin. Loot goblins reach in and grab everything they can carry. Different kind of player, though, right? Nothing wrong with being a loot goblin. Those are my favorite kinds of players to pair myself with. Because the person that is a loot goblin pairs nicely with the person that likes to sort and the person that likes to sit at base, right? Because the person that likes to sort and that likes to sit at base is the person that gets you ready for your day, gives you all your weapons, and sends you on your way, while they spend their day organizing everything, sorting things out, keeping things in their place, making it so that when you come back, all you have to do is dump all your stuff in a pile, and then off you go again. I'm not knocking loot goblins. Like I said, they're the best kind of player to pair with my kind of individual. I'm the kind of person that walks into a house and will look at the items but won't pick them up if I don't need them. Loot goblin would be the opposite. Likes to pick them up, bring them with them. Even if you don't need them, you might need them. Exactly. Base mom or base dad. Yeah, exactly. 7 full lockers of guns, or even more sometimes. And you can really build up a lot, especially if you just raided like a bunch of stuff. Do I use them? You think that I'm cute? I'm appreciative of that. I do have a partner named Emma, though. I belong to Emma. Emma belongs to me. We belong to each other. But I do appreciate the compliment. Got him. What pet is on my t-shirt? Oh, this is a colorful variant on the rain frog. So I have a few we have a few types of frogs that are popular, like things, um, amphibians. Yeah, it's a frog. This one's a yellow rain frog. There's a bunch of different colored variants on them. We got like pink and blue and a bunch of them. Actually, here I haven't really done an AFK in a little while, so I think I'll do a brief one right now, and you guys can see the you know the scenes and stuff. So do a refill on my beverage and other such things. So, but here, have a look. See, like that. Okay, I'll be right back.
You're amazing!
Hmm. Interesting. Come back to Yakuza music. I love this game. This game though. When I got to watch Emma play it, it was a surprisingly dark. Yeah, it's what's it called? It's Lost Judgment. But you know that though. But it was a surprisingly dark game. I hope there's another one. I'll come back. Oh yeah, absolutely. I really like the dance mini game in the. Was it Lost Judgment? I think it was Lost Judgment. I thought that one was cool. I'd be for another one of those kinds of things. Like I didn't get to play it, but like I mean, I watched Emma play it. That's Emma. Emma's great. Let's go over here. Yeah, they definitely like it's ridiculous how good they are at not only surprising everyone with their decisions, but just like and then their game quality is ludicrously good. Like I didn't think I would enjoy those games nearly half as much as I did. They were really really well written. Yoink. Yeah. See, the combat instances, though, are not really even the reason why I think people should play that game. The combat's like a secondary reason. If you like beat 'em up, then that's great, but the story alone carries that game series. How big is my playlist? You do an exclamation point playlist and have a look. It's like 14 hours long? I don't remember. It's not long. This playlist was crafted just as with songs that make me happy. That's literally the entire playlist. It's just different songs, and they all lean towards one string of nostalgia in my brain or another, and they're all songs that make me happy. I don't know. You can't check it out? Why can't you check it out? Fun. You can't at least look at the playlist? Is that website blocked for you? Yeah, okay. I'm surprised it's blocked. I suppose there are some podcasts on Spotify, though. Maybe that's why. I apologize. It's here. It's a 33-hour song. Like, there's 696 songs on this playlist. Apparently. So it's 33 hours long. I had no idea. There's still a decent number of Mario and Zelda and, because those songs are songs that make me happy because they remind me of different times when I've played those games. Old times when I was sitting on the carpet and just trying my very best not to die to whatever boss I was fighting. Or, is it shuffle? Yeah, it's shuffle. But just because it's on shuffle doesn't mean that it puts any of the same songs back to back to back. It doesn't usually. Shuffle, what shuffle does is shuffle will put the songs in an order, and then it'll play those songs in an order, up to the point when I end stream. Generally speaking, anywhere between 5 and 7 hours or longer sometimes, depending on how long I'm feeling and streaming in that day. We work our way maybe a quarter through the playlist or to a third, and then there is a chance that some songs will come on again, but next time I stream. Most of the time, we do hear quite a lot of songs though from it. That's not true. You played the Edge of the Knife games or whatever. The what's it called? Those Nintendo titles that have the what's it called? Are they called Edge of the Knife? They're called something. The Trauma Center, something like that. Those are Nintendo titles, right? And I think, are they not? Do those count? Those are on the Switch or the Nintendo or the not or what's it called? Wii? Those are made by Atlas? Okay, sorry. I see, the thing is Emma would know. Emma knows things that I do not. And Emma is smarter about things that I'm not. I'd say Emma's... Not to be too sappy, I'd say Emma's my better half. As I would say that Emma knows those kinds of things. But I know some things about the Zelda games and stuff, because I played all those games out. I did Spirit Tracks, I did all of that stuff. Those games were fun. If you got the knowledge to stab zombies in the snow. You see, but doing it to a Mario soundtrack is kind of an interesting idea. At least for me, because it makes me happy. The sound of Zomboid and Mario. Do some Dead Souls music? I mean, we will eventually, Emma, because you are going to... We've been meaning to set up a playlisty thing for you. We just haven't gotten around to it. A lot of that stuff will be a lot easier in person, though. Because then there'd be less excuses of, oh, well, such and such a day is not good. Because, well, I mean, why don't we do it just then? Because we're, you know, not far. You do it in between breakfast and lunch. Oh, no, I'm pulling too hard. A little bit too many. I seen PZ OST is too legendary, and my mental very briefly broke. And you're not wrong. You are factually correct. Thank you very much for the raid. I do very much appreciate. Hopefully you had a good day, you good stream today, and you're doing well in your rat race run. There. How goes your rat race run, by the way? Hopefully it's going well. Mine is going okay. I almost died just a second ago, but we're doing okay. Orange text and stuff, you know, you're fine. That's not gonna... It's fine. It's going well? Okay. Anything that has happened in your run that's particularly interesting? And also, if you need self-care, make sure to get it, alright? Like if you need food or rest and other stuff. More butter. Kudos. Pause for a moment, and I'll do, or yeah, we'll do the intro-y thing. With the codes and stuff? Okay, I got you. Yeah, for some reason I read the word OST legendary and my brain was like trying to figure out the acronym, and then also like I'm like legendary is like in my mind. And that made me stop for a brief moment, and then I had to push that zombie off me because it got too close. Thankfully it didn't go for an attack. It had a window, it could have, but thankfully it didn't. No, you're not wrong. It's true. The original Project Zomboid soundtrack is a beat. And if there's any other music that's ever brought out, I'm sure it'll be awesome. Yeesh. Um, I thought there was one more on there, so that was a bit of a surprise to receive this jaw stab like that. Hmm? Oh, tired. Nap time. I don't know if you reanimated or if you're just wandered in. I'm gonna go with just wandered in. Tier 2 hunger's annoying. We're almost out of winter. No more winter soon. Three more days. And then we're in spring. I really can't wait. It'll be so much easier to manage our weight in spring. Winter has been annoying. It's not been easy in terms of poor Higgins' diet. He just eats berries, cherries, and fish. That's it. That's his diet. I would be so sick of this after months and months. Imagine him spending like 3 months and that's all you're allowed to eat. you get cherries, you get assorted berries, and you get fish. That's it. Nothing else. You can't even mix them. Occasionally, you got the occasional rabbit that comes in as well, but which must be like super, super over the moon about it. He must be so happy when that rabbit shows up to change up the the food dynamic for a little bit. Meanwhile, during the spring, summer, and fall, Higgins is allowed to eat, tons of different things. Loads of crops show up: carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, lettuce, cabbages, tons of different types of berries. So, like from strawberries, watermelon, like loads and loads of things. And then in terms of meats, same meats, fish. There's no difference in that. That's the same. He just to eat fish are his protein. Once again, the occasional rabbit. I'd be so sick of all that. You can't complain about it. Yeah, I like those. Those are good. There's a few things in my playlist. Like some folks have mentioned them, but they don't really like my playlist. And if you don't like the music, then that's fine. The VODs don't have music because it's a split audio track. So you could always watch the VOD. That's something that I like as an option as well for folks that don't like the music. But also, I feel like I keep my streams at a volume that you could turn down and you probably could barely hear the music if you really wanted to. I think that would work. Because I like my streams to be lurk friendly, so which means that, if folks want to turn me down, they can. You can keep me on the, like, a background. It sort of ruins that. I mean, kind of. Unless you know how to do your own food, like Higgins does. By his own food, I mean berries and fish. Trained in the art of wilderness exploration, Higgins has made his way forward. This next upcoming like spring, I'm gonna be getting my hands on some other crops though as well. Or well, I'd like to, but the thing is I would like to do that, but it'd be hard. Ribbit. Hey, it's Funny. Hi, Funny. I just hadn't seen you in a while, so I was like waving at you.
You're amazing.
Are you doing okay? Thank you for the follows, by the way. Follows are anonymous, so folks can enjoy their lurk. Hopefully you're having a good day, Finny. Yeah. And occasionally some butter. One of these days I will have a cow. You just wait and see. I will shock everyone when I join Butter Clan. But, because of my abstain from butter for ages. But the thing is it's not because I don't want the butter, it's just I don't have the butter. And I don't want to go out of my way to get the butter. I could. I know where there's a few cow spawn locations, I can't be bothered. What are we doing out in the snow? We are looking for berries. And then I'm gonna go poke zombies with the pointy end of my sword, like little dagger thing that I've got. I was gonna say sword, but I don't have a sword. Not yet. We'll have long blades eventually, though. I mean, I have a blacksmithing setup. We could have made swords. I haven't yet. Partially because I want to see in the library and the police station if there's any long blade books. How goes your driving games, Fenny? Are you still playing those, or are you playing other stuff? Had you seen that there's a new like roadcraft game where you make your own roads, right? I figured that's something that you would like. No. Morning. Yeah, roadcraft. I think you should look into it if you haven't. It's kind of like Farming Sim, which is another game I could imagine you would enjoy. But it's more like a snow runner or what's the other game that it's like? Um, it's Snow Runner, Roadcraft, yeah, something like that. It's like, but you drive cars. I figure that that's stuff that you would like, because you do a lot of those like American Truck Sim and those kinds of games. If you haven't seen that game, you should. You didn't know it was out? Well, there you go. Now you do. There's still people playing? Yeah, there's plenty. Roughly about 30 to 30. There's between 30 and 40 players of the Rat Race currently. 34 last I checked out of the 96 to 100 participants. So, you know, 1/3 of the Rat Race is still going. It's marathon gameplay. You can expect lots of people to be in and out. Some folks come back, some folks take breaks. You know, it's a long game. That's the thing with the rat race, is that there's going to be people that need breaks. Because like anything with marathon, if you've ever run a marathon, you'll know that feeling where you're like, you need that rest stop. You know, you need to take a bit of a break, a breather, try some other games, and then, once you're recouped, then back onto the race you go, right? That's the normal thing for marathon style play, especially when you get into the other stuff. You know, Lamprey's on break. Is there still a leaderboard? Lamprey's not just on break. Lamprey is gone to the military, and he bowed out of the rat race way early on. In the sense of like he did it for about a month or maybe a couple of weeks, and then he passed the torch to myself and a few other of the admins. And from there we've kind of picked it up, and we kept it going. But yeah, Lamprey hasn't been part of the rat race for a long time. He is the one who started it, though, and I won't let that be forgotten. And we carry forward the spirit of the rat race still. So it's still the same rules, it's still the same settings, you know. And it's been an interesting like little while. But it's and right now, if I recall correctly, Twist and Shivas are still in the lead with 400-ish K kills. So something like that. They're approaching nearly the half mark of kill score. Neither one of them has done an outpost though, and I don't know if they will, because that's not really their style. They don't really like to do that kind of stuff. Um, and then in terms of perfect characters, I think they may do that because just for fun. Because I don't know if either of them has had a perfect character. I know that I haven't, and that I don't know if they have either. I don't think so. Because at least not that I've heard of. The only perfect characters that I've heard of are, there was two other people, if I remember right, and Kurumi are the only people that have made perfect characters. So Kurumi Periwinkle, and I don't remember the other two offhand. I don't know if Lamprey ever got to a perfect character. I know he got close. But if I remember correctly, he's still at aiming to go. That's on the tip of my tongue. There were a couple of people that maybe were in qualifying for that. I'd have to go back and check. But yeah, that hopefully that gives you a summary of the rat race up to this point. It's a very brief summary, of course, but you know, Lamprey's gone to the military, and he will not be back likely until build 43, and or longer maybe, depending on how release dates go and stuff. Is there? Yeah, you can. There's a Discord actually for the rat race. So there you go. We ended up creating that after the torch was passed. So feel free. And then there's there's like it shows the rules, it shows everything. Everything's there so that it's easy to understand. And if you ever have any questions, you can always ask in the discussion section. Also, make sure to select a role. Like if you're gonna run the race, like even if you don't intend on there's a lot of people that run the race that have no intentions of winning per se. They just want to run to see what they can do, right? Like, I don't expect I'm going to win, but because it's one of those things where it just seems like it's tough, right? But I'll put my best foot forward and do the best I can. If I can beat my PB, that would be nice. That's my goal right now. Thank you for the wellness, by the way. Do appreciate. Borger. It's the cat Borger. I'll probably get some food here in a little while. But I want to finish a little bit of the goals that I have for today. So we'll hit those goals first. We're like 3 days away from one of them, which is the first of spring. Being free from winter's vice. I like that we have a fighting knife. There we go. In the music part? Oh no, feel free. That's the whole point in if you want to add music to if you're on the Discord, feel free to post music in the suggestions. I listen to it later, like later on, especially when I'm in my downtime. I'll listen to whatever's in there for the most part, and you know. I'll you can tell when I've listened to something because I put a frog on it. Yeah. A good way to gauge if I've seen it or not. I put a little frog on there. Did I take low thirst? No. If you're wondering why it takes me so long to get water, like it's because I keep filling my water up every single day. I'm wearing both a hydration pack while I'm fighting, and I also have a leather skin as a to keep me hydrated. So roughly about 2 liters of water on my person at any given time. Sometimes more. It just depends. Like sometimes I'll have like 3, 4. Sometimes I have 1. It just depends on what I'm doing and whether I feel like I need more water or not. But yeah, I didn't take low thirst. This is just normal thirst. And actually it feels like high thirst compared to build 41. So if I were to make like that is my opinion that it does feel like high thirst. It feels like there's too much thirst. Your character drinks too much, which in reality you drink more water than in this, but this is not reality. It's a video game. You know. I am a camel in the desert, pretty much, yeah. But I fill it up every time we go past the, what's it called? When we go to the base to sleep. In build 41, you used to fill up 1 water bottle and it would last you for like 2-3 days. So, you know, it varies. They wanted to make the survival aspect a little harder, and I can appreciate that. That said, though, it ends up being less difficult and more just tedious. I kind of wish the water containers had a little bit more space. Not much more, but just a little bit more, you know? Why am I scrapping the electronics? Because these zombie bodies are going to despawn, and they have watches within them. The watches are going to despawn with them. These watches are free electrical XP that I could get, but It's the thing is I'll never ever be able to outpace the bodies despawning because it takes 3 days for the bodies to despawn on the rat race settings. So they're gonna despawn with some of the watches. There's nothing I can do. There's just too many watches for me to try to grab all of them. That said, though, I can get a little bit. We can grab some of them. It's just, and because in build 42, watches take time to take apart. You don't just instantly take them apart like build 41. It actually costs me time to do this, which means that even more time spent doing things like this, you know. Essentially, it lengthens the mid game, which is, I mean, that's okay, I guess, but I don't really know if the mid game really needed a lengthening. I don't know. Hard to say. It's up to interpretation and preference, I suppose. Mind you, I don't count like part of the XP of Rat Race because when you think XP, the Rat Race is less what is it? It's less total XP because it's a 0.8 modifier on the XP totals. So I'm getting less. And yes, you should still be able to do the selecting the, yeah, see right there, dismantle electronics. So you still can do it there and you can still do it here. The reason why I'm doing it like this is because I don't know if there are watches here. So I've been opening and closing because they made it so you can do that. So it's fine. I kind of wish I could save this one as like a drop down like that. You can see that like some stuff comes up. You glad some remained? I'm sure that some of the shortcuts were taken out, probably unintentionally. They've been trying to include more automated stuff. Like, for example, when your character eats initially, you'll take off your mask to eat, and then you'll put it back on if you aren't moving. So that's part of vanilla, is that you do that. And now they just recently added it in, where if you have a spoon or a fork in your backpack, you'll actually use that spoon and fork to eat. You don't have to have it in your main inventory anymore. They just added that in. Is a part of the new patch. Once again, like I said, the build 42.8 is like one of my favorite patches so far. There's so many good things that they added in. Some stuff that still needs to be worked on, obviously, but I mean, still, you know, it is what it is. It's part of the unstable branch. You can do that by dismantling TVs. I mean, you can. TVs give you a little bit more XP than the watches do, but the watches are infinite. TVs are not. Although there are more TVs in the in the world than one Higgins can need to level, probably. If you include all the TVs and all the lamps and everything, I'm sure it would be fine. Yeah, I agree. I like that it's an optional thing that you can opt into, and you'll hear me criticize the game quite a lot, and that's gonna happen. That I think such and such is the kid, like how something should be, but the reason why I'm putting those critiques forward is because I do very much appreciate the game, and those are the ways that I can see the game being improved or adjusted, or how those are my views, right? I don't want it to be confused with that I dislike the game or anything. It's just, these are my views, my perceptions. Whether or not they're right is, for interpretation, I suppose, because some people may disagree with them, and they have all that power in the world to do so. Oh yeah, there's gonna be stuff I agree with. There's gonna be stuff I disagree with. Um, it's good to note though. Hi, by the way. Hello. Didn't I get the message? There's new room for nuance anywhere. We just must hate them or love them. Oh, I'm sorry. When was that memo issued? When and who was supposed to deliver me mine? Because I didn't get it. I wasn't informed. You need a lot of mechanical and electric. Electric, if you want to level your electrical XP, if you can get the Gorilla Mags, you can actually make radios and then take them apart. And then make radios and then take them apart. I don't know if it's still reduced in terms of the total scrap that you get from those. Those Gorilla Mags are really, really rare though. So if you manage to find one, in my opinion, you deserve free electrical XP to 10. Because those are not easy to find. They're not in the foraging table, or at least they weren't in the foraging table. They were only found in the backs of those electrical vans, like those the ones with like the news vans, the one with the satellite dish on it. Oh, Gorilla Mags. I wonder if they would be in the listing for. It's called. Oh wait, hmm. What are they called now? Did they take them out? They didn't take them out, did they? They couldn't have. Those are like crucial magazines in the game. I'm not seeing them. Maybe recipes? No. Home VHSs, agriculture, CDs, recipes. I must be missing them. They're called something else. They have to be. I'm not seeing them at all. Gorilla Radio June. Where? Is it in the G's and I just missed it twice? Oh yeah, I did. It's right here. There's 3 of them though. Where's the third one? The green one's not here. These aren't the Gorilla Mags. That's the wrong model. I feel lied to. These are not the right model for the Gorilla Mags. This one is, but that one I don't think is. Is it called military thing? Yeah, if you've got the one that lets you do the military mag, but I don't know if they still give decent XP. You have to see yourself, because I don't know. But that was a way that people used to consider training electrical. so that they didn't have to go for 1 million watches. Although the way that I trained electrical to 10 twice was watches. That's because I've done it to 10 twice, and watches were the way. I tried to train with radios and TVs and lamps, and I got sick of running into houses. And it was just easier to train along the corpse pile. Because I was already there killing the zombies, so it only made sense. That said, though, the increased crafting time and taking apart the watches does make it painful. Because electrical was already painful to level before. You increase the crafting time now by a significant margin, and it's even worse now. And that's without with the books. I don't have the books right now. But once again, that's by choice, kind of. So, because based on my loot settings, those were, part of the rat race. Those are part of my choices. So I don't blame the game on my choices. Because that is unfair. But yeah, I think it's the military radio or something. There should be a few other electrical recipes that I haven't even looked at, really, that you can craft now. Oh, you can make actually the regular radio, too. It actually lets you make the walkie-talkie, too. I'm guessing that making any of these things is, I wonder if the smoke bomb is worth anything. Probably not. I don't think any of these items are modded, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they shouldn't be. I've only got UI mods. That should get good XP. I hope that you're able to craft it. I know when you take apart those radios, sometimes you get, you get some of the parts back, or most of the parts back. I don't know. But those electrical parts are fairly... Oh, come on! I hit you with a fighting knife! Did nothing! A deer just ignored it and ran off into the woods. The fighting knife is not bad damage either. It's one of the better knives, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. I remember it being good. Good-ish. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's a third damage. It should have probably killed that deer. But, oh, because we're tired. Darn it. We're too tired. That's why it didn't kill the deer. We reduced our damage. Yeah, I agree with you. Trees are on the zombie side. That's why this emote exists. This one. This is Royal's emote, and it is so true. Trees are evil. Get a nap in. It's another day. Yeesh, it's a cold February day. Tier 3 wind puts this weather at like minus, what is it? Minus 40? Something like that. That means both. Minus 40 and both. I think. I think it's minus 40. Don't know if I can get more from this side. If it doesn't feel like we're getting very many berries, I'll go to the other side where I know there's a lot of cherries. See, there's lots of deer over there. There's not much I can do about it at the moment, though. The only chance I have to catch them is if they run into the fence. Or if they derp out like they just did. I was a little confused when I seen them, though, initially. Even though we've seen them before, it's always a bit of a surprise when you realize that there are things in the game that are, like, maybe you've seen them before, but it reminds you that they're in the game. It happens sometimes with the zombies. Sometimes I forget there's zombies in this game. Because I haven't seen them in a while. Same for things like turkeys, you know, chickens, some of the other animals. Or when the raccoons were climbing the walls, it was weird. Project Trees? I don't remember, is there? Pretty sure this one's empty, right? Oh, that's it. That rabbit lost all its momentum now. I can kill it. Oh, but I missed. The second it touched the fence, though, it loses some of its movement speed, so I have a chance. don't want to run in that direction. This is scary. I haven't been over there, and there's probably zombies. Oh, come on. It's not much fair. We're teetering on the edge of Nimble 5 as well. It's been replaced by Sparky's radio guide. See, okay, I knew there were 3. I'm not crazy. Thank you. I knew there was 3. I'm not crazy. Only a little bit. Kinda crazy. Like, small amount. There's a bug where picking up live animals will cause the game to crash. There's a couple of those kinds of crashy bugs. I had a couple happen yesterday. I'm hoping that some of the crashes resolve. I'm sure that they're probably... It seemed like it was to do with the fences a little bit, but I don't know for sure. I need to be able to recreate it, which I haven't been able to do yet. Yeah, they do. They do take the crash bug seriously because they don't want the game to be broken. They also take the bugs with the animation lock seriously as well. I know it's been a few patches and they still haven't fixed the fishing bug. It's one of those things where I think it's because it's hard to figure out exactly what's going on there. And perhaps the folks that are involved in repairing it already had a full plate. So, like, they were already busy fixing other things. So, you know, I figure that that's got to be the reason. Because we don't know how the teams are broken up. Not exactly. I know there's a lot of folks that do assets for the game. But I don't know the exact orientation of all of the team members. And nor would I. I'm not, you know, I don't work for IndieStone. I just really like their game. Oh, there goes that. I feel like the game is a bit framey at the moment. I don't remember when I restarted it last. There we go. I have a garbage can. Got a bowling shirt. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. I very much appreciate it. 1 second. Actually, we're back off for a sec. How many... it's not that big of a group, but still. Go. Go. Roid. What does roid mean? I don't know what that means. Anyways, do very much appreciate the raid. Hopefully you had a good one. And a good stream. How goes? Says you were playing Generation Zero. No, Humanity. Viking Raid, indeed. Did you have fun playing Humanity? Or was that right? Is that right? Sometimes Twitch is wrong when it comes to that stuff. Yeah. Humanity is kind of like a more bullet time version. It's not Zomboid. It's more like I don't know. It's faster pace. It's isometric, I think, but I don't remember. I remember seeing a little bit of it, and people were trying to compare it to Zomboid, but they're different styles of game, so I don't. I think, right? You were playing Humanity. Good. Hopefully you had fun. I've been having a good day for the most part. We've been making some good progress. Like, yeah, okay, that whole group's done. Nice. Looks like Zomboid, but with fancier graphics. Ah, it's not the same. From what I heard, it's much more arcadey. Which is fine. Like, I mean, it's fine to have that style, right? They're different styles of game. I got lots of Zomboid questions. Oh, you just won. Is a zombie clipping through a wall considered a game-breaking bug? If it results in infection, it depends. If it's a barn window, then that, in my opinion, is a known bug that has existed in Zomboid since like before times. Like, so if you're talking like barn windows, then that in my opinion is not one that should be fixed via um unless the devs later on fix it, I guess, but that's one we've known about for ages ago. Yeah, it's been that one's been around for ages and ages. Like you haven't made your mind up on that? Oh, that's fair. Um but yeah. That one, the first time I seen that bug was I was watching, I can't remember whom it was, but it was somebody who was playing Sprinters. And when I seen the bug, I wanted to test if it would happen with Shamblers. And it did. Like the zombies could bite through. And then later on it happened again for me. And then it happened in a in a situation where we did some testing with it. So yeah, that bug's been around, unfortunately. So sorry. Like he clips through full body. Yeah, it's through a bar window, right? I think it's in part because the barn window doesn't have a window frame, so it doesn't count it as a bar as an obstacle. And because it's not a fence, the zombie doesn't realize to right away go over it to do the fence thing, right? This one had a window frame. Okay, so even with a window frame, it would still is it in a barn? If it's not in a barn, you threw it in the vids channel. All right, let's have a look real quick. Spiffo. I mean, yeah, it's through a window. This is why we don't do window combat usually, though. It's one of those shed things. Yeah, it's things can be a bit jank here. This one. So you're doing your usual window slam thing. I can see. Uh, let's see. Is this the right one? Oh, no, this is a different one. So what's happening is too many zombies piled up on that window. You should have ran away ages ago. The too many zombies piled up on this window and forced the one zombie to through. Which yeah, that is a bug. I would consider that a bug. But the because that's happened in the prison before. I've seen it. Usually it keeps them on that side, but no, not this time. It counted the zombie as phased through and have done its animation. You lose hobby horse. But yeah, right there. You got a laceration. Did it turn sour? Or do you not know yet? It turned sour? Yeah, I don't know. That's one we could take a vote on, I would think. I guess it's one of those things. I would put it up to a vote and see what other folks think. Um, because I don't want to be like it's one of those things where I've seen similar ones, but um there we go. And check mark. Enough people pass through the Eclipse channel to they'll get in there and they'll put it to a vote. That way, if it works out, it works out. In my opinion, if you see weird glitching like that, run. Don't even hesitate. There should be no hesitation. Because I know you like to fight on windows like that, but there's a big reason why I don't go near windows, don't go near fences, don't go like I try not to go near those things is because I've lost too many characters that way. Way too many that I don't want to be near that stuff. Yeah. But as you can see, that one phased right through. And I've seen that a few times. That's a little bit more of a rare one than the other one that I've seen, where they reach directly through the window and they bite you. Yeah. I've seen a handful of the zombies do that, but like it's this one's more rare than the other one. The other one there is more common. Is they reach through the window and they just go chomp. Oftentimes it's with windows like this. So, I don't trust these, not even a little bit. Sorry about the ads jumping directly in. I don't control them. So I sometimes I try to take my breaks during the ads so that they don't bother people, but it's hard to make that happen at the same time sometimes. But yeah, the window one it's dangerous. I don't feel like it's a safe place to fight. Because it's too much can go wrong. Too much risk, not enough reward. Early on, though, I can understand why you're doing it. It's muscle strain. That's the real reason. And I know the real, I get it. Yeah, no worries. I know you're being courteous, and I appreciate that. That said, though, yeah, we'll get a vote on it, and if people pass it, then pass it. If they don't, they don't. I wouldn't want you to just lose your playthrough for no reason if people are willing to let you debug it away. Just remember that when you're debugging it, if it does pass, that to write down your fitness XP and give that back to yourself, because It'll take your fitness XP away. But yeah, that's if it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't, you know. Let the chips fall where they may. Whether it's something that I agree with or I disagree with, it does not matter, so long as everybody's happy. Oh yeah, it's only 2 levels of fitness, then you don't even have to worry about it. Even the higher levels of fitness, the most XP, I think I lost like level 6 XP fitness once. And I just was like, it's fine. I'm not debugging back to get my fitness. There's just no point. Yeah, it's one of those weird things. You don't do the challenge? Which one? You mean Rat Race? Yeah, you wouldn't be like it wouldn't. I mean, you could still do Rat Race settings. You just if you added that mod, you wouldn't be like you wouldn't be on the leaderboard. But you could still do Rat Race. That's the fun part. Is that there are a lot of people that do Rat Race offline and are not on the leaderboard because they don't want to be. They're more interested in just trying the challenge and playing on the settings. That said, though, I'm looking forward to us having another look at the settings at some point. Yeah. It still got you down for 11K. Yeah, you haven't updated it at all. If you don't put in the updates, then we can't update your score. That's how that works. It's you know. And I told the rest of the folks on the leaderboard team that we're not supposed to chase people down. That they gotta put stuff in on their own. Because if we chase people down, then that's not fair, right? The board is already put together, and all you have to do is mark your own score. That's not hard, right? Everything's like all you got to do is put it in. You could even just do it once a week. You don't even need to do it like every day. But like yours is now, we go based on personal bests though, so. Instructions unclear. PC exploded. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to update daily if you were killing 5 to 8K a day. Hello. I'm distracted a little bit. But then again, I understand, because Twist and Shivas are the same way. They don't really want to put in unless the one is ahead of the other. Which it becomes difficult when one takes the lead for a bit, right? Because then, you know, it becomes kind of like a fight. That's why they didn't update for ages. Neither one of them. Shivas was shooting for a goal and just got distracted, and Twist was also in the same boat. He's trying to get ahead of Shivas. So he's like, I'm going to put it in soon. And then he puts it in eventually. And then they did. It's just it's one of those things where it can when the top people are not putting in their scores, it can make the leaderboard look like it's not valued. When in reality, it's just that the folks are not putting in their scores, right? Oh yeah, I like them both too. They're both good friends. I've known Twist longer than I've known Shivas, though. I got to know Shivas close to when he was doing his 600K run in Build 41. I seen his run going though well before that. It was like in the 100 to 200K range. Is when Mark and Gus both told me that you should check out Shivas. Shivas is cool. I was like, yeah, okay. I hope Mark and Gus are doing okay. They burnt out a little bit though, from what I understand, and they've been playing other games. Gus was playing backpack battles for a little while there, and then jumped into a couple other things. And then Mark was I don't remember what Mark was up to. I think he was having computer troubles though, as well. It's really cool to see the different communities as well. So like, that's the Brazilian side of things. There's also like the Russian side of things. I don't know the Chinese nor do I know the Korean side as well as I'd like to. Same for the Japanese side of Zomboid. There are communities though that are all in within those. Like for example, there's Lightning Kuno, which I know Lightning Kuno kind of. They got a really really good score in CDDA. But that said, it's it's very cool that Zomboid brings so many folks together. It's like uniting in a way. You use extensions? Yeah, I have Chrome extensions that let me translate things. But still, like, it's not 100%. You know that it's like it tries its best, but it's not quite the same as knowing the language, I'm sure. Yeah, PZ is one of those communities that definitely because it unites everybody under the umbrella of let's defeat the zombies best we can and survive and strive for different goals. I don't know quite a lot of aspects of this PZ community, but I've been able to kind of get an idea of some of it. And then, because I was big on collecting scores as well at one point in time. Less so now. I do still have hobbies. It's just not in that way anymore at the moment. But yeah, just because you're killing a lot of zombies in a day doesn't mean that you shouldn't turn in. Actually, it's quite the opposite. I was kind of in that way as well at one point in time. Killing, between 5 and 10k a day can be really fun. It can also be pretty tiring, though. I remember that 11 days of fighting the Crossroads Mall, and it's one that I look back both fondly and also, my goodness. Is there more scarves to protect the neck? Kind of. Yeah, there's a bone choker, there's leather ones you can get. There's you can see them under tailoring. Where are they? This thing, neck guard. Um that's the bone mask. There's the bone choker. Um there's also the regular scarf. The sewn neck guard, right? Leather neck guard that's here. Yeah, some folks burn out and they need a break, right? Variety's the spice of life. That's why I'm going to be splashing variety into the runs. And we are going to go on other adventures that are not just PZ related, is because I want us to make sure that we're having, a splash of variety. I'm not going to burn out that way. I don't want to do that because that would be unfun. Like I like my PZ adventures. I really do enjoy these, but at the same time, let's make sure that we don't exhaust them. and fun to see all the other different series. Trust me, I've got a list. It's got lots of tallies. I've mentioned it to a few people. It's like, it's, and then also when time comes to do that, we'll put all of the chips on the table, kind of thing. We'll see what everybody wants. We'll like go through every setting. Some folks are gonna want to up settings. Some folks are gonna want to down settings. But we'll agree on them as a community. That's the thing about the rat race, is that we're all doing it together, so it becomes a united thing. But the biggest reason why we haven't changed the settings and we haven't allowed for setting changes is to hold true the true challenge of the rat race and the spirit of it. It's to keep together that the essence that was like in the beginning. The beginning of the rat race. The whole no exploits, we're using these settings, we all agreed to these settings, so, you know, let's keep going with them. And then some rat race runs are far enough in that it would be unfair to turn them off now. So we can hold true until, you know, like I said before, if all of the saves break, we'll take a look at the settings. If somebody wins, we'll take a look at the settings and we'll adjust for a rat race 2.0. But that's the big one, is the big two, is if the saves all break, or if the rat race itself were to like crumble apart, like to the point where there's nobody's running anymore, it's at that point that we would take another look at the settings. But for now, we're keeping the way things are. Yeah, some people have mentioned that they would prefer to increase the XP back to 1.0. There's some folks that actually mentioned that they'd like the XP reduced even more, which is that's a minority though, in terms of there's only been a couple of those folks. Which they're insane, crazy people. And I don't think they would mind me saying that. At least I'd hope they take it in jest, because it is crazy. Let's be honest. It's already 0.8, and the worst XP I ever experienced in this game was it 0.1 or 0.01? It was the blood drive server. It was absolutely. I leveled metalworking to 2, and it was one of the most excruciating like things I've ever done. It took me hours, literal hours in reality, to level those to those two levels. It's because job security, right? But metal barricade down, metal barricade up, metal barricade down, metal barricade up, metal barricade down, metal barricade up. Refill propane torch. Metal barricade up. Metal barricade down. Metal barricade up. Oh my god. I will never want to go back to that. Never again. Give me the taking apart the entire racetrack fence any day. At least that has the risk of zombies sneaking up on me. Not that the metal barricade thing didn't have some interactions with zombies. Yeah, you'd think like normal weather, right? As opposed to the dry, cold. I'm a little annoyed with the amount of fog, but like that's my own personal preference. And that's something else that's often forgotten about, is that I'm a human being too. Yes, I know. Surprising. Yep. Hello. I'm a human being that has opinions and thoughts about the rat race as well. my thoughts are there as well. I can give them. And I do sometimes. Especially in retort. I like to give people you know, but sometimes I'll devil's advocate as well. It's something that just an old habit, I suppose. Even if I don't agree with something, sometimes I'll devil's advocate it anyways. Or full agree. Things I'd like to see in the rat race? I wouldn't mind, like, I don't mind the cold. I just, like I said earlier, the fog kind of bothers me that there's so much of it all the time. Um, that said, though, I probably would minimize some of the stuff that we've got in terms of, in my opinion anyways, is that maybe there's a little bit, um, I like the spooky fog aspect, but it's not spooky, it's just annoying. I like the idea of it being spooky, but it just ends up being more irritating than like so like ambiently it's nice. I like the fog when it's days where I don't want to go out and I want to do stuff indoors and kind of like, and I can apply that myself, right? So I can stay inside during foggy days. That said though, it feels like it's strong-handed sometimes and like I'm forced to do it when I don't want to. Thanks for teaching the watches, by the way. What do you mean? Teaching the watches? What? You didn't know you could dismantle them? Oh yeah, that's yeah. Not just the watches, you can dismantle lots of things. Walkie-talkies, cell phones. There's a lot of things on zombies that you can dismantle and get your XP up. And you can speed level it all the way to 10 on just killing zombies and taking their watches. By speed leveling, I mean it's based on your own kill skill, your kill speed, essentially. You don't need to wear tidy whities, you know. There's actually a handful of clothing that exist in the game that actually has no insulation at all, like the tights black or the tights like translucent ones, as well as a few other things. If I remember correctly, the not the baseball shirt. There's a couple other ones as well. The swimsuit is another one. I always wear these though, so that my character never is naked. Where I always have clothes on. Like, cause so even if I were to take off Higgins' pants right now, like, you can barely tell that he's wearing, like, you see, it looks like he's wearing pants almost. But yeah, I'm looking forward to if they I would like the insulation to be something that we can edit, like that one mod that exists. That's something for the game though. It's not something for the rat race. There's an insulation mod that exists for tailoring that lets you edit and so that you can wear whatever you want. You get to, yeah, the socks actually didn't help me at one point because for some reason my boots kept on my feet even when they were broken. It's a weird bug. But they are supposed to show you when you're when the stuff breaks. But yeah, I would like it if insulation became a thing that we could control. Like if I could put padding inside my clothes and remove padding inside my clothes to take insulation away or add insulation, even if it required high level tailoring, I don't mind that so much. It's just a way that in the future we would be able to dress up any way we want. And then also the ability to repair all the clothes. Like all of them. I mean like the Spiffo suit and the Wild West sheriff's outfit and, you know, even like the bulletproof vests and all of that stuff. I would love to be able to repair all those things. Currently we can't, and I don't know really why. Why can't we? It would be a possibility that we would be able to repair them. Especially if you get to high level tailoring, that could be the reward to get to level 10 tailoring, is to be able to repair everything. Yeah, you can kind of patch the holes, but it's not quite the same as repairing, you know? Bringing it back to its original sort of standing. I know there's popular mods for that stuff. I don't think that they're really looking through the popular mod list specifically, but I do believe that due to the fact that they have quite a lot of moderators or modders on their team now, there's more like talk about it, I'm sure. Because the dev team has got more modders on it now, from what I remember. There's actually a couple folks that I remember using their mods, and they're on the dev team now. Because their mods were really cool. I hope that the blue watches come at some point in the future. Because the backpacks are already in. So fingers crossed that we get the blue watches. Those are a part of dressing time, and I would love to see those in the game proper. You know, give us some other colors of watches. Of course, these are minor things that you know, obviously the core of the game needs some stuff as well, but just I like the blue watches. I know they were cute watches. Yeah. I like that stuff though. Briefly, I didn't realize who'd done that. The zombie. Ribbit. I was like, who killed this zombie? There's only two guesses that I have. One of them was the deers. Definitely wasn't Higgins. Higgins wouldn't kill a zombie. No. Not at all. What do you call a deer with no eyes? Probably still a deer, right? Because there's no eyes in deer. I had no idea. Oh, well played. I did not see that one coming. Uh, No eyes, there no legs? Ooh, I don't know. Is it still no idea? Using that awful laugh gif. I'm glad that Sweeney got it. Do you think he saw us? What do you call his pet dog? Do you think he saw us, Rex? Wow, that reminds me of the old Who's on Second. Those are fun. I like those. Or those math ones where they add certain things together and then they multiply them and they minus them but it all comes out to the wrong math, but it's the right math, but it's the wrong math. It's good. I like those. Those are funny. Foraging. Why you gotta be this way right now? Because I burned out this area, that's why. Can you smell carrots? Those are fun. I like those jokes. They are just the right amount of punny. What? You already forgot me. Oh, that's awesome. Well played. That is a good one. You already forgot me. Uh, oh wow, a zombie in this part of the woods. You want to come help me look for stuff? Here, we'll look for things together, okay? You look over there, I'll look over here. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's a struggle. Like we gotta find the fruit and. Am I set to brood or am I set to berries? Hello. I don't think she's looking for fruit. Rude. Your meme game is lacking. My meme game is real bad, like absurdly bad. I fall behind that stuff so fast because I don't pay attention to that, and I have to be like people explain things to me. That's how I find out about stuff is because people have explained it to me most of the time. I like basically that grandmother finds the internet meme incarnate. You got the joke quicker than I did. I was confused for like 10 seconds. I like that stuff though. It see those kinds of jokes they're my kind of joke. I and like punny and fun and I don't know. I stare at the memes sometimes and I have to ask Emma what's going on with this and Emma's like, "Oh, okay, I'll explain it to you." And then I still I'm kind of not fully grasping it at the end. Like I'm kind of struggling. I'm gonna go, "Alrighty, you have yourself a good one. Enjoy your lurk and or your own adventure." The stream zombie sounds. Oh yeah, no, I can understand. If you're playing Zomboid and watching Zomboid, that's some of the hardest gameplay ever. 100%. Anyways, you have fun. Enjoy. I couldn't do that. I can't watch Zomboid and stream Zomboid. Or like, sorry. I can't watch Zomboid and play Zomboid. It doesn't work. I get way too paranoid, too nervous, and it's not possible. I become fidgety. Yeah, kudos to people that can though. If you can manage to watch Zomboid and play Zomboid, like you, 5 stars. Kudos. Like you be able to do something that is not easy. That is tough. May I have a test of unlurk? What do you mean? Unlurk is just a command that the bot runs and like it would work. Even if you aren't lurking, if you do an unlurk, it'll respond to you because it's a bot. It's not sentient yet. Although I'm thinking that Elm's hoping to make it sentient one day. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a very simple command. It just notices the lurk and it welcomes people that come back to come back. You gotta have a PZ stream open while also playing PZ. I can't. You win. You win all the stuff. Like it's a style of gameplay that I'd be too on the edge. Because I would hear zombies in their game and zombies in my game, and you could make the argument, oh, but I turned the stream down so the zombies are a little bit quieter. Still, no, not enough. It would be hard. Because I can tell the difference in volumes and sound, but it's not, nah, too much. Just play a deaf character. You have found out the hack. There it is. It's the way that you could do it. That is the true way. secretly, that's the best players in the game have a character that's like that. She did that on Lamprey's server. There's a handful of players that were doing that kind of stuff. It's the unique experience to play a deaf character. I've had a handful of deaf characters, and it is... You're not fully... There are still some sounds that you get to hear. It's just nothing... There's certain things that you just can't, though. My deaf character score is not very high, though. It's like... I think 3 months? Something like that. Of course, that was before I got better at PZ. So if I were to do it now, I probably would die within the week. Because I haven't done that kind of stuff and I rely on my hearing way too much to save me. So, like, see that right there? Getting chomped. Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Not paying attention and then oops. Yeah, that's not too bad though. That's usually how deaths happen in PZ. It's either you're not paying attention or you're reading chat or you're reading a chat with your friends if you're not streaming. Like, you know, you look over at your other monitor and or a TV or whatever else. Like, I mean, you know, because sometimes you have that like podcast going or you have something else going on. If something else distracts your attention, maybe a pet, maybe a child, maybe a spouse, maybe a parent, distracts you for just a moment. And it's during that moment that the zombie had taken its moment out of the trees. Chomp. It was the most fun. Yeah, it usually is, especially when people are just getting used to the game for the first time and yeah. No distractions. Okay, so then you distract yourself. You ever sneeze and like mess up that way? Or if you have ADHD, squirrel. That's all it takes. Squirrel, and then it's done. Yep, yep. Just one squirrel moment. That's all it takes. Because those moments can last for a second or two. Not very long, but long enough. Good old squirrel moments. Yeesh. We're just not getting any food, huh? And that's a lot. 2 to 3 streams at once while also playing PZ. I would get information overload. It's one of those things where if I'm watching a stream or multiple streams, I don't get information overload while I'm watching multiple streams. I can play some games. I wouldn't be able to play PZ. I would do something like an economic game, or I would play like something that doesn't have quite the brutality of PZ. He jumps on yours and attacks the keyboard. He's really proud of ripping a key out of the keyboard. Um, that's that's a very skilled parrot in my book. We're not having any luck here. I'm gonna need to bail from this particular area and look somewhere else. Um, we look along this route. You have to hide your breakfast? That's fair. It's crazy. I used to know a bird that was kind of like that though. It wasn't a parrot though. It was like a little white bird. I don't know what kind of bird it was, but it was very much like that. Yeah, parrots are very smart. Smart animals. Human beings too. Human beings are smart animals. Sometimes. Sometimes no. Sometimes. Oh, yeah. We're almost through the winter.
You're amazing.
Nope. Thank you very much for the wellness check. It was well timed. Kudos to you there, Benny. I am actually thinking about wellness right now, so I'm getting it here in just a moment. I'll be getting myself some. I don't know what I want. I had quesadillas recently, and they were delicious. But I do not know what I will have this time. You gotta keep hydrated, indeed. Go. Fast forward along. So we'll speed over to the next day. We are 1 day away from spring. So I want to go over the things we've done very briefly after we're done sleeping. Gotta wait for my... But let's see. So where are we at? We're nearly at the next level of short blade, which is nice. Level 8 short blade. Pottery's doing good. Electrical, we almost leveled to 1, which will be solid. We'll have hot wiring no time. We're almost at 100,000 strength XP, which means that we only need 20 more K, and then that's it. We're level 9 strength. We unlock the strong trait, which will be solid. We need to start really working into fitness. I've been kind of lazy on it, and we've been doing mostly push-ups so that we can push the strong trait up even faster. That said, though, our nimble's about to pop as well. We're about to get level 5 nimble, which will be solid. In terms of sneaking and light-footed, I haven't really done any of that. And I feel like our fishing should be higher than it is. But... Wait, I read the first aid book? I read first aid 1. I don't even remember doing that. It was so long ago. 4-year-old that she loves us. Oh, that's cool. Jumps on your bed, wants the covers. She chewed through network. Okay, that's scary. Hopefully there's been no... Okay, lucky there's been safety switches. Nice. And 7 pairs of flip-flops. I mean, clearly they were the unfashionable kind of flip-flops. It was a statement of protecting you from fashion and whatnot. Yeah, it's really... The dumbbell is really good if you can get your hands on one. I hadn't been lucky in this playthrough, though, and got one. I got one in the 26K playthrough. We were actually flying through strength real fast on that one. We would have been further ahead in that playthrough than this one faster. But because we've been missing quite a lot of stuff, it's just unfortunate that it's taken me a year and 7 months plus to get us established in this run. This run's been harder than the last ones for sure. But that said, though, we are pushing through and we are persevering despite the difficulties. At least I feel. So we're up to nearly, we'll be probably... I expect we'll probably be at... Well, as soon as we unlock the rest of the spring foraging, which is not today but tomorrow, we'll be able to eat a lot more confidently. There won't be issues with our weight loss anymore. Our weight gain is still the same though. I need to hopefully set up bugs though for this area, as well as I'm hoping to get rabbits for this specific set. But there we go. Oh, we can't sleep. Anyways, that's it for my time being for right now. If you're interested in those commands, by the way, you can keep using them in the chat, but I am going to be wrapping up for the time being, okay? You can't use, or you would have to come back to the chat after we're done raiding, though. The bot never shuts off, so it's always there. If anybody wants to use cat commands, they can. Yeah, I'm going to raid somebody because I always raid somebody. I don't like to just end. I like to end with a raid to somebody. Usually somebody who's doing something similar to what we're doing, or people that I like. So that's usually how it goes. But anyways, I'm gonna wrap it up there. Let's see who we can raid. Make somebody else's day a little bit brighter, and we'll see who's on. Let us see. Oh, there's quite a few folks that are on. Do appreciate you, Fenny. Um, we could do. I think Barry's doing the rat race. Let's do Barry. I don't think we've ever done Barry, or maybe we have. Either way. There you go. You guys can go hang out with Barry. It's been my absolute pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Tis ta for now. Ah, that's true. Darn.